Okay. All right, we're going to get started now. Thank you for your patience, folks. We had another meeting prior to this, so I am on shaky ground with this board if I don't let them have 15 minutes to think about things and take care of their needs. So we will call to order this regular meeting of the Board of Trustees for Tuesday, November 12th, 2019. Would our clerk please call the roll?
Thank you, Madam President. Trustee Calvert? Here. Trustee Caudill? Here. Trustee Kelly? Here. Trustee Manetto? Here. President Simon Holland?
Here. Vice
President Raymond? Here. Clerk Taylor, I am here. And Student Trustee Noble? Here. Thank you. Madam President, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Skip Daly, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is action to adopt the agenda, and I want to let folks know we would like to have items 5.01, 5.02, and 5.03 moved up to be heard right after the consent agenda, so we can get folks out of here who can be dealing with quick items. So would someone make a motion that would include that change? So moved. Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Is there a second? Second by Trustee Calvert. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we will go to the consent agenda, and those are items 2.01 through 2.08. Do we have any questions or concerns about anything on the consent agenda? Seeing none, do we have any public comment on the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. So moved. Motion by Dr. Taylor. Second by Trustee Kelly. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. So let's just go quickly to 5.01. That is adoption of Washoe County School District Board Resolution 19-015, a resolution recognizing National Apprenticeship Week and the importance of career and technical education. Is Ms. Beiersdorf here and Mr. Hartzog just running in, making a just-in-time appearance. Welcome, Mr. Hartzog.
Thank you for having us. We appreciate your time. So I just wanted to take a quick moment and address the board and our district leadership and say, on behalf of the Department of Signature Academies and Career Technical Education in the Washoe County School District, it's my privilege to be able to sit here before you tonight and support the Board of Trustees in their resolution to formally recognize National Apprenticeship Week, and more importantly, what makes this event so important to our community. 2019 marks the 5th year the United States will celebrate the National Apprenticeship Week, which was first established by the U.S. Department of Labor as time reserved to bring together business leaders, labor, educational institutions, and the general public to honor and recognize the importance of apprenticeships in helping our nation to maintain a workforce that is continually learning and supported to succeed in the jobs of today and tomorrow. Tonight, as the director of the CTE department, I'm happy and proud to see that coalition of labor, education, and the general public for which this week was intended represented here in this room. I'm also pleased to report that in our district, as well as our state, we continue to believe that work-based learning holds tremendous promise in preparing our students for continued success and prosperity long after they leave with a high school diploma. The Nevada Department of Education recognizes work-based learning as a variety of educational and career exploratory experiences which our district currently provides, ranging from career fairs and tours of local businesses and industries to full-blown internships where students spend upwards of 60 hours on a job site while earning academic credit. When our students graduate, apprenticeships can provide a major opportunity to continue that journey of learning. And in many ways, they represent a culminating experience that allows young adults to obtain paid work experience, skill-based instruction, and oftentimes recognized professional credentials. As an educator, I think one of the most valuable opportunities we can provide to our students is experience. And for many of our graduates who are moving directly into the world of work and career after high school, apprenticeships provide exactly that. So with that, I want to thank the board for their consideration and for highlighting this week to recognize that most recognized and established form of work-based learning, apprenticeships. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hartzog. Do we have any public comment on this item? I know there are folks here who would like to speak. Okay, please, and if you haven't filled out a card, if you would do so when you're finished, that would be great. And your name for the record, sir?
Is it on?
Yep.
Okay. I'm Josh Morrow. I am the coordinator for the Northern Nevada Sheet Metal Workers Apprenticeship. And I'm here on behalf of NACA, the Northern Nevada Apprenticeship Coordinators Association. Our association represents 11 of the Northern Nevada apprenticeship programs, ranging from, of course, construction, sheet metal work, plumbers and pipe fitters, operating engineers. We also have NV Energy in there as well, so the people that bring us our power, who are obviously very important. And so we're really happy to see our ongoing relationship with the school district. We've been working for years diligently. I've been in this for over 10 years now, and we've been working diligently with the school district, helping, working with the CTE departments and the counselors, going to the JAG classes, helping to put on Construction Career Day, which gets bigger and bigger every year. I think we had over 1,000 students this year at Construction Career Day, giving them the opportunities to see what we can provide in apprenticeship programs where we can lead young people coming out of school, put them into a position where they're getting college credit without incurring college debt at the same time. They have a working job that pays money. They earn retirement benefits. They earn insurance benefits for themselves and their families. And at the end of the programs, when they graduate from our programs, which we're having our graduation actually in just a little while, so thank you for moving us up on the agenda. I have another meeting to get to. So anyways, our journey persons range anywhere from $25 an hour to over $40 an hour.
Wow.
And then benefits on top of that. So these are good paying, sustainable jobs that are important to our communities, to uplift our communities with good wages, as well as building the buildings that we need and maintaining the buildings that we need. Because without that, obviously, as we like to say, if we can't build it, they won't come. So anyways, thank you for this resolution tonight. We really appreciate it. And I guess I'll turn it over.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And you'll need to fill out that card for us
Yeah,
as well.
we've got an apprentice here who shares a little bit of their personal story.
Okay, and if you could give us your name. Did you fill out a card, sir?
Absolutely.
And if not, okay.
I did not actually.
Okay, we'll do that later.
Excellent.
Yeah.
My name's Denver Hughes. I'm a second-year apprentice with the local 350 plumbers, pipe fitters. I actually graduated from Washington County School, born and raised, Reno, Nevada. It's kind of interesting being in front of the school board. Usually I'd be here because I got in trouble as a kid. But I just want to share my experience as coming into the union. Before I got into the union, I was a non-union worker. I was out there working for other companies, working as a millwright. They had placed me into some dangerous situations. They gave me lack of training, lack of experience. They just told me to go ahead and go and start doing. And on top of that, they gave me a stigma about the union. So I decided to move back to Reno, and when I did, I actually had a friend that was part of the union that told me to go check him out. When I did, I realized my whole thought about unions were way off. I got involved. They explained to me how the actual program is paid for, and they teach you, and it's a college credential classes that I'm taking. And here as a second-year apprentice, I'm in a position financially because of the good benefits and the good package that they offer to be able to buy my fiance and her two boys a home. And being in the second year to be in that position here in the state of Nevada right now is a great feeling. And the training and the safety that they offer all the apprentices that go through that class is above bar. It's very, very technical, and it's very in-depth, and they're very precise with how they train us. So when we go out there, we can work diligently with these actual employers that are out there, contractors doing work, helping build Nevada. I can't say enough how important it was for me to have a trade inside school while I was going through school, because it got me to know that I had to work with my hands. And now that I'm part of this, it's just a very exciting moment with all the benefits. It's a safe work environment, which my fiance enjoys, because I still get to come home and bring food to my family, which I appreciate. And I just want to thank the unions, the representatives, and all part of the brotherhood and sisterhood for giving me this opportunity, because it's seriously the best decision of my life. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. And thank you for coming back to Washoe County. We appreciate that.
I'm glad to be back.
Good. Okay.
Donald Gallimore.
Mr. Gallimore, welcome.
Hello, good afternoon, or good evening, whichever one you want to think about it. I didn't know it was National Apprentice Week. I had no idea it was National Apprentice anything. I had been here for 2010, 11 with Action. And if you guys remember Action, the organization for interfaith, we had brought up, in fact, implemented the apprentice program, Linked Learning, and thank the unions for helping us with that. We had Linked Learning that was instituted back in 2011, and our main problems are not the unions or the WCSD, but businesses. And I don't know what we've done to implement or help organize businesses. Labor had liabilities that they were concerned with. And so we weren't able to really push linked learning all along as we had hoped. So I hope that we've had the opportunity to really get that started, or basically going, because that was what we have right now is what we envisioned is the and we didn't know if we were going to go as far back as middle school, but we wanted to make sure that the employers would have that that vision to allow our kids to have an opportunity to learn. Mm-hmm. So if you can help with our linked learning programs in Action, that'd be great. And we've had it for a long time, so please keep it up.
Thank you. Thanks,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Gallimore.
You bet.
Is there any further public comment on this item?
Not for this item.
Okay. Let me read the resolution before we take a vote on it. This is Washoe County School District Board Resolution 19-015, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Washoe County School District recognizing National Apprenticeship Week and the importance of career and technical education. Whereas the Washoe County School District is committed to providing opportunities for all students and recognizes the importance of career and technical education in preparing students for college and career options, and whereas apprenticeships serve an important role in allowing students to obtain work experience, classroom instruction, and transferable credits, and whereas the advancement and well-being of the United States of America depends upon the continued development of skilled workers in their chosen fields, and whereas there are more job openings than job seekers in the United States, and the expansion of apprenticeship will help bridge the skills gap to fill these jobs. And whereas National Apprenticeship Week is celebrating its 5th anniversary of raising awareness of the vital role apprenticeships provide in creating a qualified and highly skilled workforce in diverse industries in Washoe County and across the nation, and whereas the Washoe County School District recognizes that robust apprenticeship programs provide tangible value to both job creators and apprentices with the potential to increase productivity, improve diversity and inclusion, and reduce recruitment and training costs while providing a pathway to prosperous careers for job seekers. Now, therefore, the Board of Trustees do hereby recognize November 11th, 2019 through November 17th, 2019 as National Apprenticeship Week in the Washoe County School District. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion by Vice President Raymond. Is there a second? Second by, I don't know who was first. Trustee Minetto? Okay. Is there any further discussion? Yes.
I don't have any discussion, but I wondered if there were apprentices here tonight, if they could stand just so that we can recognize all of you this evening.
Okay.
Just the one? Okay.
Okay. Any further discussion? Trustee Caudill.
Yeah, I'll just second what our speaker said. I've had an opportunity to get to know the unions and those in the unions, and there is a bad rap, I think, in members of our community. I don't think that's right. Unions do a lot for our community. They bring stability to the workforce, and the apprenticeships are so important because these schools, roads, university buildings just don't go up by themselves. We need people to build them. And so I would encourage all of our students in our district, if you aren't sure about college, look at apprenticeships. It's a great career choice. They'll give you benefits,
and will allow you to support your family in a robust economy. So,
Thank you, Trustee Cotto. Okay, if there's no further discussion, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations and thanks for bringing this to our attention so that we could celebrate National Apprenticeship Week. Thank you, Josh.
Thank you.
Thanks, Josh. Okay, we will go to 5.02, which is adoption of Washoe County School District Board Resolution 19-016, a resolution recognizing School Psychology Awareness Week. And Jen Van Tress, no, you're not up. Are you up? And Brandy Olson? Oh, and Tristan. Oh, there's a cast of thousands coming up. Great. Okay. All right. Come on down. Might be standing room only. I don't know if Tristan can make it over there. Sorry, we don't have more chairs, so. Great.
Good afternoon.
We need his microphone on. Yep, great. Thank you. And then, and then identify yourself. Oops, wait. Okay, you're on.
Good afternoon. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Brian Mullen. I'm a school psychologist with the Washoe County School District. It's going to be pretty hard to sum up all that we do in 5 minutes, but we're going to give it a whirl. As school psychologists, we wear many hats. We are required members in the multi-tiered systems of support process, and we help to identify interventions for both academically and social-emotionally at-promise students. We promote MTSS, social-emotional learning, positive behavior interventions and supports, restorative practices, and trauma-informed practices. We are critical in our district-wide initiative to ensure school safety, which includes behavioral health management, threat inquiry consultation, and facilitating threat assessments. We provide crisis response to all schools countywide, including private and charter schools. We conduct 3-year reevaluations and initial evaluations for students with special needs, including Child Find, charter schools, and private schools. We provide vital mental health and academic consultation to administrators, staff, parents, and community mental health providers. We are pivotal in collaborating and building relationships with community partners such as Project ECHO, UCAN, and LEND. And our talented staff includes published authors, national speakers, in addition to teaching classes at UNR and serving on the board at the National Association of School Psychologists. The recommended ratio of the National Association of School Psychologists is 1 school psychologist for every 500 students. That would mean that we would need 971 additional school psychologists statewide. We would need 136 in Washoe County alone. And that's just to cover K-12. Currently, we have 45 covering pre-K through 12, plus charter and private schools. As a note, SB 89 passed in 2019. As you're likely aware, that was an educational bill. And in that bill, school psychologists are specifically addressed. And it is mandated to meet national ratios in the next 15 years. So aside from numbers, ratios, job duties, and legislature, we're all here for the kids, right? Everyone in this room. And our standards of practice require us to stay on top of current research and trends nationwide. This makes us key resources and strong advocates in identifying and promoting system-wide prevention, such as early and often implementation of social-emotional learning practices in schools and in the classroom. These unique skills allow us to look way upstream and advocate for today to see positive impact in the future for our entire community. We encourage you to work alongside with us to start looking way upstream so that our actions today can provide positive impact for generations to come. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Anyone else want to add something? Tristan?
I got something quick. Hello, all. I'm very happy to be here to speak to the hard work done by school psychologists in the Washoe
And
County
you have
School
to
District.
give us your name for the record, Tristan.
Sorry, Tristan McElhaney.
Thank you.
I have seen the after effects of trauma experienced by students, staff, and families alike. In the aftermath of these traumatic events, the response of school psychologists have been immediate, accommodating, sensitive, caring, and ensure schools have the benefit of highly trained individuals that can help guide through difficult situations. While their support is invaluable in the aftermath of traumatic incidents, I have also seen their skill set assist on the front end before crisis manifests. School psychologists here in Washoe County ensure the continuum, an incredible reactionary force in the face of adversity, coupled with a proactive, preventative force that invest time in schools, identifying potential issues, and helping schools develop sound plans to guide them through difficult situations. I am thankful for the time I have worked with the school psychologists in our district, and I feel it's important for us to thank them for their efforts.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Tristan. Anyone else? Okay.
That's it.
All right. Do we have public comment? No? Okay. Let me read our resolution. Oh, what? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Mr. Gallimore, go ahead.
I will fill out a card for this one too. Donald Gallimore Sr., again, for myself, and actually protect Nevada children. We have a situation here where SEL, is one of the worst things that I think in the world. Our minority kids, as you can see, are not represented. And this is something that is questionable, and it's an unfortunate situation. It's purely subjective. The psychologists, we could save a ton of money without the need for SB 89. I was there trying to stop it at the legislature. So we actually need to really look at SEL. I don't know how many times I've been up here and mentioned it, but SEL is eugenics. It's classifying people, putting them in the pipeline from school to prison, and this is something that we really, I applaud Psychologist Awareness Week, all right, or month, or whatever time we're going to give the psychologists. But SEL in general is one of the worst bastions for our schools because it is oppressive, and it doesn't represent many of our kids. And as you can see, the makeup, I don't have the faintest idea what the makeup of the psychologists in the state are, but it's overwhelmingly against what the some of the minorities are, especially Clark County, but here also. So welcome psychologists, but I think that we need to really relook our position as a Washoe County School District as to what SEL represents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gallimore. Any other public comment?
And I need a card.
You do. Thank you.
You got it.
Okay. Hearing no other public comment, I would like to read this resolution. Washoe County School District Board Resolution 19-016, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Washoe County School District recognizing School Psychology Awareness Week. Whereas the Washoe County School District acknowledges students learn best and advance academically when they're healthy, supported, and receive an education that meets their individual needs, and whereas to enhance the whole child, schools must apply sound psychological principles to instruction and learning through multi-tiered systems of supports, cultivate students' intellectual, social, and emotional development, meet the needs of a culturally diverse population, and promote early intervention to ensure academic success. And whereas school psychologists are specially trained to provide a continuum of mental health services and academic supports that help to remove barriers to learning, enable teachers to teach, and students to learn. And whereas school psychologists help families foster healthy development and are the school-based experts in psychological development and learning. And whereas school psychologists are often the leaders in violence prevention, intervention, response, and safety in our schools. And whereas the Washoe County School District recognizes the vital role school psychologists, counselors, plan in the personal and academic development of the children in Washoe County. Now, therefore, the Board of Trustees do hereby recognize November 11th to 17th, 2019 as School Psychology Awareness Week in the Washoe County School District. And we do want to thank you for the work that you do. There is a tremendous amount of work that goes on that is not necessarily the core of instruction in our classes, but it involves helping kids to learn self-management skills, helping teachers to have safety in classrooms, helping teachers to learn strategies for dealing with students that are victims of trauma and have as we have said, our kids don't come to us with neat little bundles of joy in their backpacks. Many of our kids have significant issues that they present every day. So we're very grateful for the work that you do. Dr. McNeil?
So just really quick, and I know the school psychologists know where my heart is on this issue because as a daughter of a retired school psychologist, you all provide our schools with such support. And as a previous principal, I would go to our school psychologist, and the amount of empathy and dedication that you all have for our students is undeniable. So on behalf of all of the leadership team and all of our teachers and principals, I just want to thank you as well for all of the work and love that you show all of our students. So thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Is there a motion to approve? Motion by Trustee Minetto. Is there a second? Second by Vice President Raymond. Is there any further discussion? Again, thank you. Thank you very much for what you do. Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much. You were all ready to clap. I know. You were ready to give it the clap. I know. I know. You're just all in. You're just all in every day in every way. Okay. Item 5.03 is opening of proposals and possible action to award bid to lease a cellular communications site at Robert McQueen High School at a minimum rate of $2,000 per month with a 2% annual escalation rate and other matters properly related thereto. And Mike Boster is here on behalf of staff. Mr. Boster, thank you.
Good evening. Thank you. For the record, I'm Mike Boster with Capital Projects. This is the second of 2 required board meetings to install a cell tower at McQueen High School. This board adopted Resolution 19-010 on October 15th, and we have posted it in the required locations, published in the newspaper as required. Per that resolution, we received 1 sealed bid. If I can hand that to JJ, ready to open up.
Okay.
And also for the record, the representative for the bidder is in the audience today as well.
Thank you. All right. And the envelope, please. Okay. Dear board members, lease proposal for Verizon wireless carrier in Washoe County School District, address McQueen High. The represented carrier offers $2,000 per month under the general guidelines of Board Resolution 19-010, accepting conditions 6, 12, and 13 of the resolution of intent to lease property and subject to any other provisions upon which landlord and tenant agree. I would ask Mr. Boster and our general counsel to look at this letter because there are exceptions noted there. And I would invite the bidder to come forward if we have any questions about that or anything the bidder wants to say. Bidder, are you here? Oh, yep. Okay. Bless you.
Good afternoon, trustees. My name is Buzz Lynn, Epic Wireless representative for Verizon Wireless, and I'm here to answer questions.
Okay. Counsel, do you want to? He's reading through what the exceptions are that you're.
So sorry. I just got the resolution open. Exception 6, condition 6, lessee may not add antennas or other equipment to the pole without the consent of the Washoe County School District. Such consent to be at the school district's sole discretion. Is that what you see, Mike?
I do, yes. And on a couple of these, the exceptions that the bidder has outlined, we've worked with this same bidder over the last several years, and we've worked through all of these exceptions and these conditions. We've met the intent of the resolution. However, if Mr. Lynn here would let us know if there's anything specific on number 6 that we can address here as well.
Let me take it, if you don't mind, let me take a look at number 6 here as well.
And so again, it's 6, 12, and 13. You've requested exception from the resolution.
Yeah, and that is correct. We have reached previous agreements with the school district under these same terms and conditions with these exceptions, 6, 12, and 13. Previously at Worcester, at Vaughn, at Reno High, and what did I miss? Reed.
Probably before your time.
I think you're probably right. Nonetheless, we've addressed these on previous occasions before in the lease agreements, and we would expect to come to the same conclusion on each of them, that these were in fact okay during the process of the negotiation, and the agreements have been written as such. Would you like further detail?
Well, I guess I'm just, I'm uncertain as to why you would agree to them in a lease agreement and not in the.
We have not. We have not agreed to these, which is why I excluded them.
But I was understanding from what you and Mike were saying that you have reached agreement about.
To accept them, I believe.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
okay.
have. Yeah, we have reached agreement to accept the. How do I define this?
Yeah, to be exempt from those provisions.
Thank you. Yes.
Let me read 12 and 13 into the record so the board knows what we're talking about. Number 12, Washoe County School District may install any equipment on the structure that it deems necessary in its sole discretion for the operation of the school, provided that the equipment does not interfere with the selected wireless carrier's use. Period. Number 13, no subleasing or assignment in part. So those would be accepted or not included in the lease if the board were to accept this tonight.
Okay. I guess I would ask Mr. Boster and Mr. Etchert or whomever if we've allowed those exemptions, if you will, in the past, how necessary are they? I guess that's
right. And for the record, Mike Boster again. These conditions, there's about 7 of them that come from our consultant, Steel in the Air. It's a firm we've used for many years to get cell tower values. They're almost boilerplate, whereas I'll take their entire letter and put it into the resolution. I don't see a problem with them,
okay.
to be blunt,
okay.
and we've worked through the same thing before. Right. Okay.
Okay. Council, do you see any problem with these exceptions to the bid, given that other people did not know that we were willing to make these exceptions?
I don't think it's illegal to accept this by any means,
okay.
And you don't have any other offers at this
we
point.
Don't. We
so
don't.
It's up to you.
We don't. Okay. Trustees, is anyone prepared to make a motion? Trustee Kelly.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Board of Trustees accepts and awards the bid for the lease of a cellular communication site at Robert McQueen High School to the bid received pursuant to amended Washoe County School District Board Resolution 19-010.
With the exceptions noted by the bidder.
So moved.
Okay. Is there a second? Second by Trustee Calvert. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Lynn.
Thank you,
Mike.
trustees. Appreciate the time.
Okay. Now we will go back to our general public comment, which is item 3.01. I want to let folks know that this is for folks who are commenting on something that is not on the agenda. If you are here to comment on something that is on the agenda, we would ask you to wait until those agenda items are called. Do we have any general public comment, JJ?
Todd Bailey.
Mr. Bailey, welcome back. Let's see, this is about your 5th bite at the apple today, isn't it?
Just following the rules.
I hear you, so am I.
With respect, we completely reject the information technology staff report that was presented to the board on September 24th. The report misrepresented the issues that stakeholders are concerned about. Family data privacy has been an issue before the district and school board for over 5 years with just minimal action. In fact, IT created it like a joke, and stakeholders were treated like a joke. It was not funny. This is a new public information request. We want a list of all the applications signed and paid for versus non-signed and licensed. There was a lot of confusion about that night, like clicking buttons and signatures and checks for those kinds of software applications. We're going to clear that up for you. We also want an audit report on the IT department, the last couple of them, and we want to understand the remote one-to-one camera device capability. We were assured that that simply could not happen. It can happen. The IT staff report to this board and stakeholders who've been legitimately concerned about family data privacy lacked substantiation in the most basic research. Today, we are submitting research. Robbins versus Lower Merion School District. A camera on a school district computer costs them $610,000. Read this one. Is your school spying on children via webcam? Read that one. Brave new world of student surveillance at school districts. And then there's this one. Dealing with inequality when it comes to one-to-one devices. So you should read this. We all have to realize family data privacy is not a joke. It's an adult conversation that should be taken seriously when stakeholders bring these issues to the board. We have to realize we may not have the right people for this job, which is why we've created the Family Data Privacy Pack at familydataprivacy.com. Now, I heard, Madam President, you're not running again for the school board?
It is so.
Well, if you're watching this board meeting and you'd like to be a trustee at Washoe County School Board, go to washoschoolboard.com. Thank you.
Mr. Bailey.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Mr. Duran, there he is. Nice to see you, Pablo.
Okay, so for the public agenda, non-agenda, so dear zoning community board members, I hope you have a nice Veterans Day Memorial weekends. So I have a long day here on Supreme Court on DACA case because I'm a DACA recipient, and hopefully it will get passed because it can contribute to economic policy impact on community, and they are highly educated. Hopefully the Congress will pass the law and the president will sign it and become a law. So I was able to come to the board meeting for naming community for Wild Creek High School. And I also speak on a new world rezoning that can impact on students. So skipping on the Wild Creek area, I'm going to talk about agenda.
Will you come back to that one on the agenda item for that? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I will come back to agenda. So on the new world community rezoning. So my community were shocked when they look at proposal on rezoning of Spanish Way to Worcester. They think that create demographic and economic segregation, but the zoning community are trying to make the school balance. They do provide educational quality, and student achievement, met to Washington family to a high degree possible, but it's not okay for New York community. Return to Worcester remain by can cost the Washington family and the New World area. Personally, I think Smith. I think the zoning community did a great job for balance the school community, lower the cost of vegetation. It's a key factor for the New World community to rezone to Worcester. Okay, fine. If you rezone to Worcester, okay, rezone to Von Middle School, rezone to Worcester. Have a Palmamucca. I read the newspaper. Palmamucca. So we want to go one school. The big culture, one elementary school can go to one middle school and then go to one high school together. And I like to make a statement. But on the New World, if you stay at Pine and you separate to Worcester, it costs break the relationship on the middle school and make a new friend in high school is so difficult. And if you rezone to one middle school, having to go Worcester together, that make it because most of Von Veer school go to Worcester High School. And there we go. And I would like to thank all the veterans who are serving and protecting our freedom and country, and happy late Valentine days.
Great. Thank you, Pablo. And thank you for all the attention that you pay to the zoning matters. You are very well informed. We appreciate that.
Susan Terry.
Susan Terry, are you here? I know we have people in the other room. Ms. Terry? Great, thank you.
Sorry, I was in the other room.
No, I know, thank you.
So I'm here because I'm a substitute teacher, and I've been a substitute teacher for quite a few years. I'd take 3 years off when I went through cancer, but I came back. And at the beginning of this year, I decided I wasn't going to do permanent full-time sub because it wasn't very, it didn't give me enough freedom if I had to go somewhere. And this year I had to spend 1 week with my daughter who had surgery. So they talked me into being a permanent full-time sub. I started the first day of school. I went in before the first day of school for training, and they paid me $90 a day. And I worked 9-hour days because I did everything. I did the curriculum, I did the testing, I did the scoring, I did the grading, I got all the supplies, and they paid me $90 a day, and I was working 9 hours every day. So I think you need to re-look at this substitute pay, because I hear you guys are the ones who set that. And I had to fight really hard just to get up to the next level so they could pay me more than $10 an hour. Would you guys work for $10 an hour teaching our children? Would somebody trust somebody who's only getting paid $10 an hour to teach our children? So when I first started subbing, it was better. The pay was a little bit better, and Sandoval upped our pay when he was in office by $8 a day. So your other thing is you also used to be able to keep your raises for the next year. Now, I started the first day of school, and I'm not going to even get to 90 days until February, because I take 1 week off, and I have to take 1 day a month because I run a committee meeting that gives free eyeglasses to the kids that can't afford them. So I would like you to consider raising sub pay. I always hear, raise the teacher's pay, raise the teacher's pay. But they never consider the substitute teachers. And you wouldn't believe some of the things the kids have done to me as a substitute teacher. It is really, really hard. And some days I go home and I can hardly walk in my front door. But there's one other thing, and that is, I heard too that we couldn't give any of our kids Fs. Even if they didn't do anything in class, we couldn't give them an F. So I think that needs to be reconsidered.
Thank you, Ms. Terry. And I see Dr. McNeil is taking notes, and I'm sure we'll have somebody follow up with you. So thank you. And I'm glad you're feeling better, and I'm sorry for the health issues you and your family have had.
Thank you.
Tony Hirsch.
Ms. Harsh, is she here? Is she in the other room? Irene, do we have somebody checking in the other room? Okay, there's Ms. Harsh. And Ms. Harsh, we're here on general public comment. We're not here on an agenda item. Okay.
Correct.
All right. Nice to see you.
But let's clarify it. As a public comment, okay, I cannot support the other lady more. Thank you for listening to her, and that is so important. I have served as a regular teacher and a substitute teacher. What I wanted to talk about was the process regarding the naming, not the actual finalists and naming. So which would you prefer?
Can we do that here? Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. Thank you so much. Thank you all for the service that you give your community. In the research I have done on where we are, I go, my goodness, this board works so hard, and we all appreciate it very, very much. So for the record, my name is Tony Harsh. I'm a resident of Reno, Nevada. I'm speaking to you because as you serve, you always want to leave your legacy and the people that follow you a little bit easier path, because it's hard enough, as you all know. The hardest thing I think that you do is redistricting, but maybe the hardest thing you do is changing the name of a school or naming a new school. So in that respect, I just would like to comment that you do have policies and regulations that have been handed down to you. When I was way back when, the PTA president and the person who was walking door to door for school bonds and on the high school selection committee for principals and a teacher at Hug High School, we were concerned about that process and making it as easy as possible for you. And we left in place a situation for high schools where you name based on the geographical location of the high school. That, I understand, has changed. You've changed that policy recently through public comment and through the public process. So I'm just going to read to you a little bit of what I prepared and let you get on with
Okay, you have
reading.
26 seconds. Sorry,
Okay.
Tony.
All right. I wish to remind you that most importantly, you place policy and procedures ahead of anything else and should not be bent to the current whims of the moment or to expedite a process that is an important foundation that our institutions stand upon. Be sure that you proceed according to rules and guidelines that you have adopted and published. If there is a need to change a rule, then first change the rule.
Okay, thank you. And of course, we all know Ms. Harsh as a former Reno City Councilwoman as well, and thank you for your service to our region.
Thank you. We all know what it means to serve.
That's right. Thank you.
Honor Jones.
I think Ms. Jones is in the other room as well. Well, do we have a lot for regular public comment? Okay. Is there someone after Mrs. Jones? Okay. Welcome, Ms. Jones.
Hello, board members, interim superintendent. My name is Honor Settlemeyer Jones. I'm a lifelong Nevadan, and I have lived in Reno ever since college, with the exception of the Army. And I too want to talk to you a little bit about policies and procedures. And I stand before you, first of all, to acknowledge, thank you for doing what you're doing. I too know that that's a heavy responsibility, that you carry out the process of naming the high school. Most importantly, though, and I guess I'm following what Tony says in a way, that follow your policies and procedure. And I preface that because I worked under a very, very known and respected educator in my first year of teaching, David Finch, over at Reno High School. Young, out of college, maybe didn't look too much older than students at that time, but he said to me, always follow your policy and procedures that are in place, because if you don't, it will come back to bite you. Maybe not you, maybe the generation after you, where it would be applicable in this case. I urge you to go to your policy and procedures, and we're still not completely through that process, because initially elementary and secondary schools and middle schools could be named after a significant educator, and we reserved the high school names to be according to the geographic location. That makes it easy. Spanish Springs, Galena. Of course, Worcester, that was a field. And there were exceptions back at that particular time. But I want to talk to you about Wild Creek. Wild Creek comes under the park system as well. So Wild Creek, which was established in 1978, is a beloved neighborhood park and one of our most prestigious open spaces. It established the Wild Creek community surrounding it, which is very obvious today. We have a lot of names that are associated with the business park, Wild Creek, and so forth. Logically, then, if you're going to pick a high school name for an area as established as Wild Creek, it should be Wild Creek High School. Concurrently, as Proctor Hug High turns its new curriculum to a career and technology education focus, naming policy provides a means of identification to Proctor Hug, and you can add CTE Academy.
Mrs.
I
Jones,
guess with
that's
that,
your
I'm
time.
saying thank you.
Thank you. And I do want to let you know we are very strictly following our adopted policy. It has been adopted in public meetings. So we do have a different policy now. It's not just the naming for the neighborhood. But thank you for your comments, and we appreciate it.
And we do need to get some of that on the internet then.
Okay, thank you.
Donald Gallimore.
Mr. Gallimore, you have a lot of opinions today. That's okay.
I haven't been here before, so you
Oh.
didn't notice that. Donald Gallimore Sr. again. 3 things, 5 things, 70 things I've got. The first thing is I would like to say, probably the shortest thing I've ever said is ditto to what Mr. Todd Bailey said. Of course, we've been here many times with Protective Nevada Children and John Ippolito talking about the privacy of our kids' data. Edmodo is now with the Chinese, so all of our information is worldwide, dark web. Infinite Campus has been hacked many times. So nothing here is secret in the world. And we just want to make sure that we tighten that up a little bit, just a little bit. For my grandkids, they're starting school and they're in the school, so I want to make sure they're safe. And my stuff is already out there, so I don't care. Second thing is that I would like to be able to follow the law. And I worked very, very closely. It's just me and Harvey Mumford, Assemblyman Harvey Mumford, back in 2015. And we developed the multicultural curriculum. And Tiffany knows all about it, and as does Tony, as does Tracy, as does Angie. And we all know that the multicultural curriculum should be part of the social studies network or curriculum. And I will be working with Mr. Clint Toledo, and we will be making sure that that is implemented in some form finally. And it is, it is the law. It is indoctrinated. So I hope that we are able to get that within after you've gone. But the third thing that I'd like to mention right now is the towers at McQueen. We have, that proposal is not new. It has come up before, and our main concern is the wattage, the radiation. I was against Vaughn Middle School's towers, and we are, I'm sure, well, actually, me as an independent citizen will be watching to make sure that when it becomes 5G, it does not just plain kill our kids. And that's something that I would hope that our engineers would be looking to very closely, is how much radiation comes out of those towers as close as it is to the school. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Gallimore. Any other for?
That's all I have for this item.
Okay, all right. Then we will now go on to item 4.01, which is discussion and possible action to accept the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, the CAFR, for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2019. And I believe Rob Luna is here and representatives from Eid Bailey. Welcome, Rob.
Good afternoon. I'm Rob Luna, for the record. I'm the controller with the Washoe County School District, Today we're here to present the comprehensive annual financial report for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2019. The majority of the presentation is going to come from my colleagues with Eide Bailey. And with that, I'm around for any questions and follow-up, and I'll go ahead and turn it over to them.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Tiffany Williamson. I'm a senior manager with Eide Bailey. And
Michael Arsenega, a manager with Eide Bailey.
so we're just going to present a brief summary of our audit and of the CAFR that was prepared by the district. And if you guys have the CAFR with you, but if not, I will.
I have mine.
Okay. The first, in the financial section, the first report is our audit opinion, which just describes the work that we performed. We issued a clean opinion of the audit, an unmodified opinion, the highest level of assurance we can provide, and we issued our audit on October 29th. The district did a great job in assisting us in getting everything we needed for the audit and in preparing the CAFR. Right after the audit opinion is management's discussion and analysis, which is a brief summary of the results of the year for the district and the financial statements that follow, and is a really good overview of all the important items. After that, in the basic financial statements section, is the government-wide financial statement, starting with the statement of net position. Overall, for the year, there's positive net position in 2 of the 3 net position categories. Net investment in capital assets saw an increase of almost $27 million from last year, primarily due to the building of new schools during the year. Restricted net position was also positive and has items for capital projects, debt service, and self-insurance activities. The unrestricted net position, you'll see, it does have a negative balance, primarily due to the PERS and OPEB liabilities that are recorded on the statement. And following after that, is the governmental fund statements, which is really the day-to-day operations of the district. And you'll see there that the fund balance decreased by $95.3 million during the year, which again is due to the building of the new schools during the year. So not necessarily a loss of funds, but putting assets and putting the schools in service. The internal service fund statements saw a net position decrease of $35 million during the year, which was primarily due to the prior period adjustment of moving assets associated with the OPEB trust into the OPEB trust financial statements. And lastly,
stands for other post-employment benefits.
Yes.
We try to make sure we say all of that for the public record.
Thank you. And lastly, the nutrition services fund net position increased $2.1 million for the year.
The next section of the financial statements is the notes to the financial statements. I'll take you through a couple of those just to highlight a few key areas. So the first one I wanted to talk about is Note 2. This goes over compliance with the laws and requirements of the district. We did note one violation related to budget for this area. It was in the general fund related to the school administration function. There was a $698,000 budget violation. Basically what this was related to was the school administrators for those new schools being built. They were originally budgeted to be paid out of the capital projects funds, but after some digging into the actual time they were spending, it was determined that not 100% of their time was related to capital projects activities like buying equipment or purchasing furniture, those types of things. They were actually spending some of their time doing things like setting up schedules and various other normal school administrator tasks. So those portions of the salaries were moved into the general fund. Unfortunately, this was discovered after the augmented budget was already submitted. So that's what the overspending in that function is. The general fund overall didn't have an overspending of the budget. It was just in that one function. Department of Tax does require you to report on a function-by-function basis, so that's why we did highlight that one item. The next one I wanted to point out is Note 3, which goes over cash and investments. Basically, cash and investments had a total balance of $354.3 million for the year, with about $10 million of that related to cash and investments held in a fiduciary capacity by the school district. So that's things like student activity funds, which the school holds on behalf of various student organizations, schools, things like that. The next note I wanted to point out is Note 7, and this goes over the fund balance by each fund type. So the first fund type is just the general fund by itself. The majority of the fund balance in there is in unrestricted. So basically the district can spend it. There's no requirements on where it has to be spent or what it has to be spent on. The next two fund types are debt service and capital projects. These are 100% restricted. Debt service, all of the money in there is restricted for servicing the debt of the school district, paying off those amounts. The capital projects amounts are all restricted for capital projects, so building new schools, land, equipment, all those types of things that the school district's purchasing. And then the last column is just all other funds not in those three classifications, and you can see the breakdown between restricted and unrestricted and where the fund balance in those lies. The next
And
note.
so what was the note? What was the substance of the note on that one?
It just kind of gives a breakdown of where.
Oh, it's just reporting it. It's
Yeah,
not,
exactly.
Okay, there was
Showing
not a
the
concern.
classification. No, not
okay,
at all. Not at all.
Okay, great.
Just informational on
Okay.
where those amounts, if they're restricted or committed or unassigned or anything
Okay,
like that.
all right, thank you.
The next note is Note 8, and this is over the pension plan. So the Public Employees Retirement System, or PERS, as everyone knows it. Basically, the whole first portion of this note goes over what PERS is as a plan, who's enrolled in PERS, what contributions are paid into PERS, how employees vest, all those types of things. All of that goes into what the PERS liability for the school district is. For FY19, it was $727.9 million for that PERS liability. Again, this isn't something that's payable immediately by the school district. It will be paid out over time as more and more employees retire. So not something that you're going to be on the hook for immediately. The next note is other post-employment benefits liability. This one's structured, the note is structured just about the same way as that PERS note. Goes over who's enrolled in each of the OPEB plans, how contributions are set up, what's paid for out of those plans. And the total liability for that amount is $157.7 million. Again, not something that's payable immediately, but will be paid out as people are retiring and making claims on those amounts. The last note that I wanted to point out is Note 13, and Tiffany kind of alluded to this one earlier. It's the prior period adjustment for a correction of an error in the prior year financial statements. So this was related to basically the OPEB requirement, and that OPEB liability was a new liability coming on the school district's financial statements last year. There was new guidance that came out for FY18. Basically, that's why the school district had to record that. After the report was issued, there was some more digging, and one of the plans, the Public Employee Benefit Plan, or PEB, it was determined that, well, initially it was determined that this wasn't a district plan, so the assets weren't used to offset the liability of that plan. After kind of working with the state and the GASB board who issues all these standards, it was determined that that could be counted as a district plan. So those assets were moved this year to offset that liability, and that's what that adjustment is for. And you can see in those tables in that note each of the funds that was affected by that, and it basically reduces the liability in those amounts. So that takes us through the notes, or the highlights of the notes, I guess. The next major section of the CAFR is the budget to actual comparisons. And this goes through all the individual funds for the school district, comparing your budget to actual, comparing to prior year. So it's a really nice place to look if you want to drill down into an individual fund and see exactly what's going on. Great place to look for that. You can see that general fund budget item in there and kind of the details of it as well. The next section, or the next thing I wanted to point out, I guess, is just the general fund and the fund balance in that fund. It actually increased this year by about $800,000, which doesn't seem like a lot, but last year there was a decrease of $2 million. So definitely positive there, something to be proud of for the school district, that general fund is looking more and more strong every year. The last thing, I guess, related to the financial audit is just that we didn't note any findings this year for financial audit purposes. So another thing to be proud of for the school district. Great job reporting by all the accounting folks. And the last thing is just the prior year finding that we noted. We were required to follow up on these. It was related to recording of interest expense last year. And we noted that it's corrected as of now. It appears that the district's treating all their interest expense appropriately.
And then I'll go briefly through the compliance section in the back. The first report that you see from us is a report required by government auditing standards, which summarizes that we didn't, as Michael just stated, we didn't note any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in internal control in our audit, and we did not note any non-compliance with laws or regulations. The next report is our opinion on our major programs or audits of programs on the schedule of expenditures of federal awards. And again, this was an unmodified opinion of the highest level of assurance we can provide on the 3 major programs that we audited. And those major programs were the Title I cluster, which was $13.4 million in federal awards for the year, the Career and Technical Education cluster, which was $900,000, and the Special Education cluster, which was $11.4 million. So in total, for those 3 major programs, we audited over 40% of the federal awards on the schedule of expenditures of federal awards. And then the last thing I want to highlight is we did have one finding, a significant deficiency. You'll see that as 2019-001. And this was in internal controls related to allowable costs in the Career and Technical Education program of about $5,700 in costs that were determined to be unallowable or unsupported, which were charged to the program. But that was our only finding, and we had no findings from our major program audit or single audits from last year to follow up on.
Rob, anything you want to add, or trustees have any questions at this point?
No, I think Michael stole my thunder on that $800,000 general fund surplus.
Mm-hmm.
We were very proud of that.
That's good. That's good. And it's not without great pain from our employees and our folks who run the operations that we've had to do some beyond belt tightening to be able to get there, and we appreciate everybody's work to be able to do that. We appreciate all the work from Ide Bailey as well to make sure that we as trustees can have confidence that everything is being done appropriately, and if when it's not, we correct it, and that you all follow up to make sure that that those fixes stay. So thank you for your work, and Rob, thank you for your team. I know this represents a tremendous amount of work on behalf of the staff in business and finance, so thank you all for that.
Thank you very much.
Any questions, any comments by trustees? I know you all have read the audit report, and we will be passing a test soon, won't we? We're all going to be able to do that. But no, it is important work, and it's important for us to know what's there, and again, to have confidence in you all, so we appreciate that. So we would entertain a motion to accept the comprehensive annual financial report for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2019. Dr. Taylor.
So moved.
Thank you. Motion by Dr. Taylor. Is there a second? Second by Trustee Caudill. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you again very much, and thank you to the entire team of employees that bring this home. Bring it home and make it work for our district.
Great job, Rob. Your first CAFR.
All right. All right. Okay, that takes us to item 4.02, presentation by staff and discussion by the board regarding an overview of the audited fiscal year general fund results, update on trends and issues for fiscal year 2021 budget, and possible action to provide direction to the interim superintendent regarding the budget process for fiscal year 2021. And I know that Mr. Mathers and Mike Schrader will be very quick because we have people who are anxious to speak to us, and we really appreciate everyone's patience.
Yep.
So thank you. But this is really important as well.
Yep. Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. So we're continuing on the theme of exciting financial news here. We did promise you a budget status update, so that's the intent of this presentation, and I will try to go quickly. Wanted to give you a little bit more context on fiscal year 19 general fund results. You heard, of course, that we had an $800,000 surplus in the general fund where revenues exceeded costs. This was our first situation like this in more than 4 years. So we hit a kind of a low point 3 years ago when we had a $10 million deficit. We are now in a positive, in the black situation. And so this slide provides, yes, those numbers to you. Going real quickly, how did we achieve that? This slide covers our revenues for fiscal year 19, and total revenues were 2.3% higher than fiscal year 18, which is very modest. And again, as we've talked before, we're unlike other local governments that get all of the benefit of a booming economy and see sales tax and other taxes come in. We certainly did see increases to property tax and sales taxes, but to the right, you will notice that funding from the state dropped, and that's how funding in the current Nevada plan works. When revenues are higher than budgeted, it comes out the bottom of that little bucket that we had in our last slide presentation, and that's exactly what happened in 19. Nevertheless, we were again able to balance the budget based on that very low 2.3% increase in revenues. Expenses were well under budget, $5 million under budget, and again, most of that was a result of salary savings, and that results directly from vacancies, but we certainly had savings in our operating non-personnel expenses as well.
And I do want to note, we actually had budgeted to have some of those salary savings, so this is especially helpful because we needed to make that number. And
Absolutely.
So to have a higher than expected level of salary savings, that's good news, bad news.
That's right.
It's good news because it helps us financially. It's bad news because it means we have vacancies, and it means everybody's working harder, and they've been doing that for a long time. So it's a tough one.
Yeah. Overall, I should mention expenses only increased 0.9%, less than 1% compared to the prior year. So that's how we balance a budget, right? When revenues only go up 2%, we spend only 1%. That's how we did it. In terms of our fund balance, I'll skip to the next slide. So as you can see, as of June 30th of 18, we had $40.88 million, and with that surplus in fiscal year 19, we are now up to $41.7 million in cash in our general fund, and that is sufficient to cover our monthly payroll, which is in excess of $30 million. So we need that cash, every dollar virtually of that, to cover our payroll and other expenses on a monthly basis before we receive revenues from the state. In terms of how that equates and in terms of percentage to our expenses, as you know, the board several years ago adopted a policy of having an available or unrestricted fund balance of 8 to 10% of expenses. We are at 8.7% when looking at the available unrestricted fund balance. When looking at the total fund balance, which is what the state does, we are exactly at 9% of expenses. So we're right in the middle of your 8 to 10% target fund balance range. And with that, I will turn it over to Mike to talk a little bit more about the fiscal year 21 budget and where we're at.
Thank you, Mark. Good afternoon, President Simon Holland, Interim Superintendent McNeil, and members of the board. So you wanted it to be fast. You've already seen this slide. We presented this back in September. Right now, there hasn't been a lot of significant trend data to change any of this. We are working on some things. Obviously, when we get to the end, we don't want to be in this position, so we're working on a lot of things to help offset this. But really, initially, when you look at these trends, it's kind of a continuing thing. The increase in our ongoing revenues, especially the per pupil amount, goes up $50, which is less than 1%. And our roll-up costs are over 2%. So you can already see there's always a problem there. It's been ongoing for years. So the ongoing revenues don't really pay for the ongoing expenses. And when you open new schools and you have new personnel to place in those schools, they don't really put that in the DSA budget. So that's a big hit that we don't really collect any revenue for, so we have to make that up. Yeah, the distributive school account, which factors in all our 1/3 of our local ad valorem tax plus all the increase in our LSST, and then the state decides what that difference is and how they're going to make it up. So right now, obviously, this is where we're at right now, and we hope to improve on this, obviously, to bring this to you at a later date. And as we get there, we'll be updating you on any trends we see. Some of those things could be enrollment. We had a little bit of an uptick in enrollment for fiscal year 20. Going into fiscal year 21, we'll obviously look at that a little closer. And anytime we can increase enrollment, that increases your money coming in, which would go to offset the deficit, and hopefully we don't find any other critical need. Salary negotiations, that's pretty positive right now. We've completed 4 of our 5 major bargaining units, and it pretty much stayed within budget. So the ESIP, however, did not. We anticipated not having...
TIP is Early Separation Incentive Program.
Yes, you are correct again. We were not able to negotiate that fully away, so that would cause a little bit of additional problem here. And health insurance, we will have a new carrier. It's going to take a while to get some trend data on that. Utility costs, electricity should be steady. We're going to see a little decrease in October here, and hopefully 3% per year, according to Nevada Energy. Gas prices, we never know. There's always talk about a recession for a long time. Whether that happens or not, we'll see. Obviously, as more time goes by, we'll get a better feel for that. And I'll go back to Mark here to talk about the latest thing we did find out about.
So you've read in the newspaper about a second round of lawsuits from Incline Village property owners in terms of the assessments set by the county assessor more than 15 years ago. I don't have any numbers to share with you. I can share with you about 20 minutes ago, the County Board of Commissioners voted to appeal that district court order. And so we will be going through an appeal process. And so as I have more information, I will share that with you, that we don't have any numbers from the county at this time. So that concludes our presentation, and we'll open it up for any questions.
Thank you. Thank you both. Do we have questions? I think the important thing for trustees and the public to know regarding the Incline Village property tax lawsuit is that effects of that will not be immediate, and with an appeal decision by the county to appeal that decision, it's probably not going to affect our 2021 school year, but one never knows. And theoretically, if an adverse decision is ruled on appeal, we would be hopeful that the property taxes that we would otherwise get would just be reduced. We aren't going to have to pay a lump sum judgment in settlement of this, but that remains to be seen. So it could be a big hit for the school district and for other local government units that receive money from the Incline ad valorem taxes. Other questions? Okay, well, we appreciate you updating us. We know that it's early, and we know that there's a lot of moving parts in the 2021 budget. More to follow. So I don't believe this is an action item. If there's any direction, it would be, but I don't know that there's any direction. So
yeah, it was for possible action to provide any additional
direction. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good. Okay, thank you so much, gentlemen, and thank you for the good work on this. Congrats on the $800,000 positive on the, no, that's a big deal for us. And I just want to explain to folks, we saw these larger fund balances in previous years. Well, that's because we would take money out of that fund balance every year to make the budget balance, and that was just not a tenable practice that the board didn't want to continue that. So now we're right-sized and working hard to make sure that we're living within our means, and you all proved that this year, so thank you. Okay, now we will go on to items under number, let's see, we did number 5, we would go to 5.04. which is discussion and possible action to provide direction regarding the procedures for the creation of an employee suggestion program for the Washoe County School District employees, which will include the development of an online employee suggestion program and possibility of financial awards. Mark Mathers and Emily Ellison, the floor is yours.
Good evening, President Simon Holland, Interim Superintendent Dr. McNeil, members of the Board of Trustees, Emily Ellison, for the record, Chief Human Resources Officer. We're excited to be here today to share a framework for an employee suggestion program, which I think is an important move for us as an organization. And I'm in charge of the clicker. I will take the first slide. So, in terms of background, employee suggestion programs have obviously been used by public agencies and private enterprise for a number of years, right? And the goal of those programs, in many instances, are to save costs, to increase efficiencies and provide improved services. Having a stakeholder role or a participation role in these types of programs can increase engagement and job satisfaction. And then I think it also helps to open up and strengthen the lines of communication between employees and leadership in implementation of those ideas or feedback on the ideas, really to give organizational perspective and facilitate two-way communication. We are looking at a program, and we'll talk about the framework in just a moment, but we're looking at a program that's really focused on the efforts of all employees, because many great ideas come from the front lines, and really understanding the implications of decisions that are made and how the world or the practice of our business might be different based on those perspectives. And so we're excited to roll out a program that would engage all of our stakeholders and help incentivize too participation in the program. So monetary awards and employee recognition for submissions and for ideas that prove out cost savings or intangible results, and we'll talk about that in just a moment. And this is also an important element in Interim Superintendent McNeil's Pathway to Positive Progress plan for all of the reasons that I mentioned before. So the overall approach to the program would be an online submission form, and we have a test of that right now that we are prepared to roll out once we have kind of all the pieces glued together or all the feedback collected. Mark and I would serve as co-executive sponsors of the program and to help roll that out and then review the ideas submitted. There's also a proposed employee suggestion review committee, and we think that an important component of that is to have representation from our employee groups and our employee associations. We'll talk about the composition of that committee in just a moment. I mentioned earlier, but I would reiterate that participation is increased when there are tangible, I'll talk about awards in just a minute, but ideas that produce tangible savings or increases in revenue, and also intangible savings would be considered. Intangible savings are typically something that doesn't produce a measurable dollar value, but provides for a benefit like improved safety or improved customer service or some other delivery impact. And to incentivize folks to participate, we are proposing a two-tiered award process. And we believe that Board of Trustees recognition is an important component of that process. So we'll talk about the timing and how this process would be facilitated a bit later. But we're looking at an initial award for meritorious suggestions based on the potential impact of up to $100 per individual or up to $200 per team, or $25 per employee. And then once actual savings are validated, then those folks submitting the idea would be eligible for up to a 10% reward in those savings, so a bit of a cost share, if you will, or a savings share, up to an amount of $2,000 individually or $4,000 for a team.
And those are one-time awards, so
Good point.
not ongoing every year. So in terms of criteria for viable ideas, you see them on this slide. I won't read every one of them. Obviously, though, we are focused both on cost-saving ideas, but also just improved efficiencies or better ways to serve students or parents. And so if there is an idea that has no cost savings, but it provides within the current budget a better way to serve students or parents or other community members, that would be eligible for an award as well. It's important, though, when considering a program like this, to be clear about what would be ineligible. And again, I won't go through all of these items given the time frame we have. But as you can see, we're not looking for personal vendettas or grievances. We're not looking for ideas to increase or decrease anyone's compensation. This isn't a employee on employee kind of, ideas. It really is for cost savings or, again, improved customer service ideas. We did a lot of research into other agencies and what they considered both eligible and ineligible, and it really did follow guidance from the International City Managers Association. So these concepts are not our own. They were researched, and these are the suggestions, ineligible and eligible, that other agencies had used.
Mark and Emily, one of the things that, let's see, I wanted to just touch on, because curriculum is a different animal from efficiency, when people might have suggestions for a new program, a new, textbook, a new, how will we classify those, and how will we manage those kinds of?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think the review committee will have to kind of wade through those different issues. I'm sure we will get suggestions like that. Mm-hmm. When we can demonstrate, it is a better way or process, then certainly those would be eligible. For ideas like that, I think we'll have to work with the suggestion committee on mm-hmm. deciding whether those would get some kind of initial award or not.
I mean, I don't think we want to discourage that.
Right.
We want our educators to be innovating. That'll just be, it's tougher to measure those, and I know our Office of Curriculum and Instruction and Chief Academic Officer will want to be able to play a part. But I think that's, the important thing with an employee suggestion program is to find ways to say yes to good ideas. And Dr. McNeil.
Yeah, and I would absolutely support that. And I would think, we would want to work within the confines of NRS and curriculum adoption. And, mm-hmm. It's not to say that if we have already, I'm just going to use the example of an English language arts adoption that we just sent out, that it would not be something that we want to throw that idea out, mm-hmm. but to take a look at it holistically and mm-hmm. see if there's a different way to do it.
Okay.
So a moment ago I spoke about the role of the review committee, and they do fill an important role in this process, primarily to determine initial and savings award recommendations, and we have obviously a more extensive program outline available, but also they serve an appeals function for those suggestions determined to be ineligible, and we have the representation outlined here.
And I'm anxious to see if there's a way we can include a member of the public, a member of the business community, add someone externally who is the voice of the community potentially. If there's a way we could add that. I don't know how my colleagues feel about that, but I think it builds trust when we open up our processes to people outside the organization. And then I just wanted to touch on, Dr. McNeil and I presented to the audit committee quite a while back. I see the chief internal auditor, and I don't know if we've had any other conversation with the audit committee about this. I don't know, Dr. McNeil, if you have anything about that.
So, Mr. Starkey's welcome to come up. We actually did invite the chair of the audit committee to watch our presentation today on the employee suggestion program as well, to provide any type of input.
Great.
But he did let him know that we were presenting today.
Great, okay. I just wanted to make sure we were closing that loop.
Yep.
Great, okay. Yes, Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, I want to say this is great, so thank you. I know it's a part of your past positive progress. I think getting the feedback from those that are closest to what we do, I mean, and then rewarding them for some great ideas that make us better in a lot of ways. And I also applaud that there is an incentive involved for those ideas that may not be financial, but there's still ways to make us better. And I'm just wondering if there's a way to include perhaps that community representative, maybe a parent, just for maybe their eyes on it. And then also if there may be a way to include a student, perhaps from the Student Advisory Council. Just again, there may not be a way to do that, but some of those ideas may certainly impact students or parents, and it's good to get their ideas. So
Good points. Trustee Caudill.
Thank you. School police didn't want to be a part of this, or you didn't want them a part of this. I noticed that they're missing on the groups.
We tried to keep the committee to a manageable number, and as much as we love Chief Trevino, we kind of set it at 9, but certainly we can add committee members. So
I just don't want them to feel slighted because you have a representative from 4 of the 5 bargaining units.
Oh, I see. The police association.
The police association.
That's what I'm getting at.
Okay. I got you.
And I would say, if it has to do with a safety type issue or safety concern, that we would most likely have that person on the committee for that particular idea, that suggestion. Absolutely.
Mr. Noble.
Yes, I would like to second Dr. Taylor's recommendation that a member of the public and a student be included on the committee if at all possible. But I would also consider extending the possibility of submitting one of these forms to a teacher and maybe even the student body being able to do that. Because I know plenty of teachers who have suggestions for how to make specific departments that meet all these criterion work more effectively. And so in addition to district staffers, that could be extended to teachers and students. That might be something to consider.
And they're included in district staff. That's we consider all of our 8,000 employees, whether they're educators or whomever. Yeah, that's great.
In terms of opening beyond employees, we had some initial conversations about that too, and I think our thought process was to roll out the program focused on employees, and as much as you try to work out the bugs ahead of time before we expanded to students or to members of the public at large, wanted to get into this work and get it figured out and then go from there.
But maybe have that be the long-term plan. That's good. Okay. Okay. Shall we move on to the next slide?
So just real quickly, this is a slide showing a rough draft of the process or an outline of the process. We thought it made sense for that initial review to be done by the budget department, and we haven't selected or voluntold anyone yet who would do that. But they would initially review the application and the online submission within 60 days and make sure it meets the criteria that we've specified here and on the form. One of the kind of approaches would be to consult with departments and subject matter experts. So it's not strictly a financial review. It may involve every department by the time we're done. One thing I wanted to note is employees who provide submissions would be able to provide those submissions anonymously. And so, it's important that people feel safe when submitting ideas, and so that's how we will preserve that.
How will you give them an award if you don't know who they are?
Yeah,
I volunteered to receive on on behalf of those that, the safety is
You
important. We
are
want them to feel
so
safe.
thoughtful. You
So
are
just
so
giving,
thoughtful.
giving.
See how you are? You're just giving. Yep.
We will know who they are, but if they choose to remain anonymous, then
Okay.
obviously they're foregoing the board recognition and other
Okay.
things.
Okay.
Then, assuming it does pass that first hurdle of meeting the eligibility criteria, it would go to the Employee Suggestion Review Committee, and they would assess whether it is eligible for that initial award. And then, depending on whether it's a cost savings idea, there would be, again, this validation period, this 12-month validation period, to make sure that those cost savings are realized. And if they are, again, the employee or the group of employees would be eligible for a one-time 10% award.
That's great. That's great. Very exciting, and really excited that folks are receptive to hearing this. It's a challenging thing to open the door and invite all of those ideas, and I commend everybody for that.
In terms of next steps, branding is a consideration. So prior to the rollout, determining what we want to call the program, I myself would like it to not be the Employee Suggestion Program, just because we already have ESP in our language, and I think that could create a lot of confusion. Now, I will not claim to be a marketing expert, and so other than one idea, we have not come up with anything else just yet. So we'll throw it out there. If you don't like it, it's okay. So we were thinking the WISE program, WISE, and it would stand for Washoe Innovations, Savings, and Efficiencies.
Very cool. Very cool. I like it.
What's that?
I like it.
Oh, an owl. I like it. And now we have a mascot.
I don't know. Travel Advisor got there first, so that's great. That's great. Well, I also would just suggest that thought be given to support for implementation of new ideas, because it's great to have the idea, and then you have to have the support to help the idea, and just to be thinking about the systems and just kind of the infrastructure we might need to help employee ideas to be successfully implemented and to take flight and really work. Having done this work in local governments all over North America, that's the rub, is getting the idea to come to life. So whatever support you all can provide to employees to help them be successfully implemented will be helpful. Any other discussion or questions? Well, as we said, very, very exciting. Thank you for working on it. We do have a public comment, so let's hear the public comment.
Natha Anderson.
Ms. Anderson, welcome.
Thank you. Nathan Anderson from the Washoe Education Association. First of all, very excited about this possibility of owl, wise, something like that. But I really appreciate you guys talking about the money the most, but for us as educators, the teachers, counselors, it's about the efficiency. That's really the thing that's we would like to see concentrating on this, is how often we might be doing double work or triple work or even quadruple. Because as you know, many times I've brought this up, and it's been something that many of you have brought up as well. How do we get things off of our plate? And so this opportunity to be able to look not only at the financial, but also the realities of time would be greatly appreciated. So I ask for your support of this.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Anderson. Any other discussion? Otherwise, we'll entertain a motion. Dr. Taylor.
Thank you. I'm certainly ready to make a motion. I move that the Board of Trustees provides approval to the creation of an employee suggestion program for the Washoe County School District.
Okay. Is there a second by Trustee Minetto? Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Great job. Thank you. And we'll be very excited to hear how it moves forward.
Thank you very much, Mark and Emily, for all of your support and help on this. I truly appreciate it. It's one of those ideas that the interim superintendent has, and you guys made it come to life, so thank you.
Very cool. Okay, so our next item is going to take upwards of an hour of public comment, and we want to make sure that all of these trustees are fresh and ready to hear all of the insights and perspectives. So we're going to take a 15-minute break, and then we will be able to give you all of our attention. So we'll be back in 15 minutes. We'll be in recess till then. Okay, we're going to be starting up again. Thank you for your patience. We very much appreciate how patient you've all been. Okay, we are back in session, and we are on item 5.05, which is presentation, discussion, and possible action to select the official name of the new high school at Wild Creek and the future career and technical education campus at the existing Hug High School campus. And I won't read all of the pairs of possible solutions, but this is per Board Policy 7110. The Board of Trustees will consider only up to the 3 finalist pairs forwarded to the board by the school naming committee. And the finalist pairings recommended by the school naming committee are Proctor Hug Michael Lansbury, Proctor Hug Feemster, and Proctor Hug Debbie Smith. So those are the finalists for transmission to the Board of Trustees. And I will turn it over to Ms. Irene Payne, Mr. Riley Sutton, and it's Kleine? Kleine. Okay, I'm sorry. I know I have heard your name mispronounced so many times, and I got it wrong still. So, all right. And thank you for serving as our school naming committee chair. We will say more about how grateful we are to you. I'll turn it over to Irene.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President. Good afternoon, good evening, President Simon Holland, Trustees, Interim Superintendent Dr. McNeil. For the record, Irene Payne, Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer. I'm joined by Riley Sutton, who heads up communications on all things capital, and then Kleine Cook, who is the volunteer chairperson of the naming committee, which is made up of volunteer community members. And we're here to talk about what probably is the marquee project on the ballot question, which is lovingly known as WC1. Riley will go through the comprehensive outreach process, and then Kleine will actually talk you through the work the naming committee did. Last meeting of the naming committee, which was last week, we had lots of advocates, and I think you can see behind me we have lots of people here advocating for some very special people and some wonderful names for these 2 schools. And what I have to mention is that the naming committee last week, the meeting and the public comment really touched me, because we had very people who were incredibly passionate and advocating for certain names. And when they came up and spoke, we had Mr. Lonnie Feemster immediately recognizing the work of Debbie Smith, and then Greg Smith coming up and talking about the work that Dolores Feemster and the Feemster family have had on this community. So it was very touching and overwhelmingly respectful, and a really wonderful thing to see. As you know, we're here this evening to name 2 schools, one existing school and one new school. And that actually was a complex process. It was incredibly important that we, the naming committee, followed board policy at the same time as making every name, all options available to be considered for both schools. And if you remember, we cannot name a school the same name as an existing school's name. So that added some complexity to this process. And with that, I'm going to hand over to Riley, and he will, as I say, talk you through the outreach work that we did.
And Riley, before you begin, I just want to set some ground rules in the boardroom. We don't do signs in the boardroom because people in the front row would then make it so people behind them can't see. And that has been a rule that this board has tried to enact. And when we get to public comment, as you said, Irene, we want to have very respectful discussion. No applause and no booing and that sort of thing. We really appreciate giving everybody the chance to be heard for their full 3 minutes. So we'll appreciate everyone's honoring of those requests. So, Riley, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board. First, let me say, pardon my cough and scratchy voice. I'm a little under the weather, but given that this is the big one in terms of school naming and my last presentation in front of you, I was not calling in sick today. So first, let me talk about the timeline of how we got here. First, you'll recall in July, Irene and I were before you asking for the board's direction for the school naming committee to consider the two names together as one item, again, in that spirit of transparency and a long and open public process for these schools. In the middle of August, we began soliciting the names from the community. We solicited those primarily online, but absolutely did accept and received a number of paper copies of names as well. At the school naming committee meeting on October 2nd, the committee narrowed it down to 10 semifinalist pairs where there was a specific A and B option for each of those for the school at Wild Creek and the future career and technical education campus at Hug's existing location. And then on November 6th, just last week, the committee spent a long time debating and listening to public comments and narrowed that down to the three choices that are before the board today. In terms of the outreach that we did to solicit community participation in this, I want to touch briefly on that because we did, again, spend a lot of time trying to make this as transparent and open a process that engaged the community to the highest level possible. So we did just about everything we could think of to reach out to the community, including Connect Eds, both to the Hug Zone and feeders as well as district-wide, to solicit the names as well as to ask for them to rank the semifinalists. We did the surveys again for the community. We also did student-specific surveys for the rankings, and that went so far as to engage the students. Way back in the spring, we tried and were successful in finding a freshman, this year a freshman at Hug, to sit on the committee as the student representative. Freshman because that would be the first graduating class from the school. So he'll be graduating from the school that he voted for the name on. We also did a whole bunch of social media and traditional media pushes to get all of these pieces out into the public when we were soliciting the names, the ranking survey, the meetings, and then again tonight.
And thank you for including a student. That was a very wonderful idea, so thank you.
Happy to. You had great input, as you'll hear from Clinet in a moment. In terms of what that yielded, I think the numbers speak for themselves. There were over 200 submissions, and from those there were more than 40 unique names because it was two names to be submitted at once. There was 47 for one and 43 for the other. Then almost 3,000 ranking surveys were completed, again about 250 by students. At the meeting last week, we had a lot of public comments, and I have not broken this down and intentionally not broken it down by who the letters were submitted for, because our feeling has been that letters are more qualitative than quantitative, so it's more about the content than the number of each. But in total, there were 128 pages of letters submitted to the school naming committee. And then through that meeting last week, we followed the same process as we have followed for every school that we have named in my tenure doing this since WC1, and that was to take public comment first and foremost, to allow the committee members to hear from and potentially be swayed by one or another name or direction. There was then a committee discussion, and the committee members then, as they have done again for each of the previous schools, gave 3 points to their top choice, 2 points to their second choice, and 1 point to their third choice. Those points were totaled up. It's not a binding vote total, but it has been the practice of the committee to abide by that and to talk about what happened next and what those names and direction were. I'm going to turn it over to Clinet.
Thank you, Riley. So as part of that process, it was a true pleasure. I think we had more input from the public than we did for all the other schools we've named over the last 2.5 years I've been doing this. So it was great to see the passion and the input and have such great candidates to be considered. And so for our finalists from last week's meeting, the Wild Creek location, we only had one nomination, and that's for Proctor Hug. If you look at the results that we had, 6 out of the 10 were Proctor Hug, and the other ones, none of them really had more than 2. So it was a very strong candidate for the new location, and well, you can see that was the first one and only one for Proctor Hug location. The Future Career in Technology campus has 3 potential names: Debbie Smith, Feemster, and Michael Lansbury. And I have to read here, but from our student, it's a very, very difficult decision, and he was very persuasive. And what he wanted to share with everybody at the meeting last week is that Hug isn't what it is because of the location. It is because of the teachers, the counselors, the students. And you couldn't simply just move all of them to the new school and leave behind a location. It wasn't Hug anymore. And it's the students, the spirit, and it needed to follow the school. So again, there was very, very strong feelings about the new school being called Hug because that's the community that will be housed there. And for the other 3, how do we move this? Oh, sorry. So for the other 3, this would be at the CTE location. We have the 3 nominees. Debbie Smith received the most points, 24 points, as you can see there. Unbelievable response and support that we had from the letters, the voting, and from speakers last week. As many of you know, you'll hear a lot tonight, she was a state senator. She represented a large part of this community over in that area. She served on the state assembly, was a member of Lander County School Board, past president of the Nevada State PTA, and of course she was a very strong proponent of educating our youth, and she was one of the main ones who led WC1 here in Washoe County. So strongest vote getter from the committee members. Second was Feemster with 19 points. And for those who know Dolores, again, you'll hear more tonight, she was the heart and soul of that community for a very long time. Her family, everybody was her family. She worked at Hug, she helped countless children, and everybody there had a nice warm meal from Dolores. Along with that was her other parts of her family. Daryl Feemster, he was a graduate of Hug and the University of Nevada, a longtime public servant and volunteer, and was the first African American on the Reno City Council. And so for the committee, the suggestion was Feemster as a whole, not to identify any one, but all of them in their dedication to the community. Michael Lansbury was our 3rd selection. He received 12 points. He had a long career in the military, in the Air National Guard, had lots of awards and decorations through his career, and he was a coach both for boys and girls, and then of course he was a Washoe County School District employee for 13 years. Unfortunately, he was killed in 2013, part of an active shooter situation at Sparks Middle School, but that was while protecting kids that he cared about. And so there's a lot of information on him. He has been considered for many schools. Debbie Smith has been considered for all of the schools. The Feemsters are very geographically driven, so they were really considered for these 2 locations. And those are our 3 finalists for the CTE campus.
Okay. So that concludes your presentation. Okay, do we have any questions for the presenters so far before we go on to public comment? Okay, well, let's hear from all of you good people who came to share your thoughts with us. And again, we very much appreciate you being here and being part of this process. It's a very difficult decision, and so we're looking forward to hearing from all of you.
So I know we have people in overflow, so I'll be calling 3 names at a time. Paula Berkeley, Ken Dalton, Lonnie Feemster.
I did see Paula here. She had to leave? Okay. Okay.
Ken Dalton, Lonnie Feemster, Wayne Ferguson.
Mr. Dalton, nice to see you outside of the grocery store.
Oh, well, President Simon Holland, Interim Superintendent McNeil, and Board of Trustees, and Dr. Taylor. Number one, thank you for your service. And I just wanted to briefly talk about two people that I know and share with you my thoughts on how I met them and what I think of them. The first person that I'll speak on will be Debbie Smith. I met Debbie Smith in 2000 because, believe it or not, and it's going to be about 20 years, I ran for the school board. The seat you're sitting in now. I didn't win. I ran against Jody Rosario. But during that time, Debbie Smith was like a role model, a coach. She helped me because she was also running during that time for office and taught me how to campaign because I knew nothing about it. And I always appreciated that about her. And from that point on, anytime, anything she did, I always tried to support it. And I thought she was a wonderful, wonderful person. I appreciated how she rolled up her sleeves. She was a mother. I'm a retired firefighter. And she was people say, oh, thank you for your service and you're a hero. I think those mothers like her and Dolores Feemster, they get out and roll up their sleeves and get active in the community, volunteering, not getting paid, doing what they can do to make not just their kids' lives better, but everybody's life better, are heroes. And that's how I see both of them women. So in 2000, I met Debbie Smith. In 1985, I met the Feemster name because I met a gentleman by the name of Robert Feemster, who's sitting back here, who just retired after 35 years of service. And through that time, I met his mother and his brother, Lonnie Feemster, and Daryl Feemster. To me, the Feemster name and that community over there is synonymous. From 9th Street to McCarran to Whittykin, those Feemsters have worked to improve and make that community special. Not, once again, not for their family, but for everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton.
Lonnie Feemster, Wayne Ferguson, Sandra Fasinger.
Welcome, Mr. Feemster.
Thank you. I'm Lonnie Feemster. I'd like to just go quickly. Thank you all for your service. I hope you understand my wife is named Debbie Smith Feemster. You missed a great opportunity, but I've got to speak for my mother tonight since you blew it. This place of education is the right place and the right time for a Dolores M. Feemster name. And the reason I say that is because of the length of service my mother gave to this community. She was born a mile away from Hug. She lived on the same street for over 50 years. At 88, she still would show up at NAACP meetings. If she could get a ride, I'd sometimes tell her, I'm busy, Mother, I can't come get you. It's not an important meeting. She'd be there when I got there. She never gave up. She never gave up. She was challenged with racial bias in this community that we don't have time to go into, and she fought oppression all of her life. And as an NAACP president now, I've served 8 years. I'm serving another term. It was a much greater risk than I face. And in her day, it was a lot more dangerous. She raised her children and went to school, and when she served as a guardian of hundreds of children at Hug High School as well as those in the community, she was caring, loving, patient, and devoted. 34 years at Hug, plus temporary service when they needed help up at Hug. When there were problems, she would be up the hill. 30 years in working with the Equal Opportunity Board and Washoe County Association of Retarded Children. 89 years as a mother, grandmother, aunt, friend. She didn't give up. She didn't stop up till the last 6 months of her life when she was really battling the death of her son, Daryl. She still would call out to help sell tickets to our annual banquet. I think you need to consider some of the issues with the survey. I don't want to denigrate the work of the committee, but I think if everyone in a low-income community could have spoken out, she would have got a lot more support because some of the people don't have access to internet. And I know my wife visited a grandparent with 6 kids in the school district. She said they didn't even have a computer. So I know that sometimes you don't get the whole thing, but the point I want to make about my mother that I think you should consider, most importantly, is that she was a model citizen that we want our children to honor. And she cared about humanity for all, not just her children. And that's what I think is the most important thing, the value of what she did over a long period of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Feemster. And thank you for all that your family has done. I knelt at your mother's knee at her chair, and she gave me her support many years ago. So I appreciate all that your family has done.
Wayne Ferguson, Sandra Faysinger, Robert Feemster, Sr.
Thank you very much. Thank you, board members and committee, for allowing me to speak. First of all, I think that Hug should be named Deborah Feemster. I mean, not Deborah Feemster, but Dolores Feemster. I always get them mixed up. But anyway, also know Mike Lansbury fairly well. In fact, the day before he died, we played golf together, and the next day he was killed. So I have a passion there as well. So, that's one thing that I'll never forget. And also when I go to that golf course, on that very hole that he got me pretty good on, he didn't beat me with the hole, but he saw a snake, and I hate snakes. He said, "Wayne, check this out." And he ran me across the field with a snake. I was going to kick your butt. But anyway, that was the situation between Mike and I. And he's a wonderful guy in many ways. Everybody have their faults, but he's a wonderful guy in many ways. And it was really saddening to see him go the way he did. Also, getting back to Dolores now. Dolores was a pillar in that community that she lived in. There was times when she would get up and feed people that's not related to her. There's time when she would actually go out, and when tagging was a big thing at that time, clean walls, cover up the graffiti and stuff like that where everybody would tag in that community. She was a wonderful lady. She did so many things for the community. She would help people in need, whether they're sick, they need food. And she would help them. They don't have to be her family member, but she would help them. It's just astounding, some of the things that she did. I could sit here all day and time would run out 24 times before I even get halfway down the line as to some of the things that she did in the community. I met her personally when I was teaching at Glen Duncan. And she would come in and she told me, she said, "Any of my kids act up, Mr. Ferguson, just let me know. Any of the other kids in the community act up, just let me know, and I'll take care of business for you." So I had no problem with students in my class when I was teaching at Glen Duncan and when I taught at Training Middle School. I really, really think that she would be the pillar for that community. Now, Debbie Smith is a politician. When I think of Carson City, I think politicians. That would be a great place for her name to be. Great place, right among where she worked at the most, with the politicians. Now, either one would, be fine with me. Mike Lansbury would be fine with me. So I want you guys to give it really, really deep consideration of things that she did. She even covered up, like I said, graffiti and everything in the community. She fed people that didn't have money, didn't have food, didn't have clothes. She helped them out. She was truly a wonderful person. And if everyone knew her like I did, you would see what I mean. Thank you very much.
Sandra Faysinger.
Sandra Faysinger, everybody.
Sorry.
Good evening. That's
Robert Feemster, Sr., Mary Stewart.
Once again, this time I'm here to thank everyone who voted in favor to keep our name as a Proctor Ark Hawk High School with us in the new campus. We would like to explain to the board why it's so important to talk about only the new name for the old building, what is Hawk High School now. Hawk High School is linked to so many programs that help students and that have helped us to be where we are at today. Title I, Provision 2, and Victory. Removing that name from those programs is going to cause a great deal of problems for the community, for our students, their family, and our staff. We're going to lose a lot of staff members if we lose those programs. We're going to lose the counselors, deans, teachers, staff members, if that program would go away because we change our name. Proctor Hawk High School is a very strong community, and so is the family of Proctor Ark Hawk. He never asked to remove his name away from us, including in the bad times that we endure. They were good supporters of our community. Removing the name, I'm sorry, this was not on the schedule. Removing the name will take away summer school, fall break classes, winter classes also. And the graduation rate most likely will go down because starting a new school in a new year with a new name, it will be set to fail. And the loved one here, with my respect to all of you here, you will be very upset that we started a brand new school with the graduation rate will go down because we don't have the support. The federal money went away, and you will be upset that we did not deliver to keep the name of your loved one on the top. We work very hard every day when we go to Hawk High School to put the school at the level of any high school in the district. And the data have shown that every single year we go up in graduation, and that takes manpower to support the student and the community and the parents. It takes a lot of people. It's an army, and it doesn't happen just for the grace of God. It happened because of the support that we get from the Hawk family and the federal programs that support so many people that go to work every single day and make sure that those students will cross the finish line in the graduation day. Please keep in mind, and I respect whoever is here, that I have no intention to offend anyone. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chandra.
Robert Feemster Sr., Mary Stewart, Ian Smith.
Mr. Feemster, welcome.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank you for your time and for the service you give to our community. I'm going to read this because I'm not a speaker, so I'm just going to get to this. Norm is a friend who lives on the Reno Sparks Indian Colony. He told me last week when they all heard about the school possibly being named after my mother, he said, and I quote, "They all remembered her and her kindness and wanted to support her. They remembered her running various programs for the minority students and a lot of the students at HUG. She organized powwows on the football field, fundraisers to benefit all the different programs that didn't have the funds to support them. I was explaining to my wife that my mother worked at every school that I ever went to. When I went to Glen Duncan, my mother was there. When I went to Trainer, my mother started working there. When I went to HUG, my mother came to HUG with Ted Hunsberger. It never dawned on me that she was there to help support. It never dawned on me that she was there to help everyone that I walked by in the halls. I thought that maybe she was just there trying to keep an eye on me and my brothers and my sisters. Growing up in Reno, I found it strange that I would go with my father to pick up my mother from work. But we always had to wait in the car. Later I learned that we were not allowed to go into casinos because we were not white. I remember my mother standing up to people, for people, anyone that was mistreated and neglected, During my 35 years of being a fireman, I can tell you how many times someone on a call would look at my badge and say, "Are you Dolores Feemster's son?" She changed my life. She saved my life. She helped me so much. My mother's love was unconditional. No matter what somebody needed, I can't even see, I'm sorry. My mom was there for them unconditionally. No matter what they needed, she would find a way to get it to them. She didn't care if they had a drug problem, an alcohol problem. She didn't judge them. She felt that love would help cure them, and it did. Sometimes she believed just being around a good family would help them get through the terrible days. She would always find someone sleeping on the couch. She'd come up, they'd be at our home for dinners. They'd always be with us. Above anything else I can say about my mom was that neighborhood was hers. She took it in her arms. She's protected it as long as I can remember. Like I said, I started noticing the presence in the school when I was in the second grade. I just retired after 35 years of service. You do the math. Her entire life was dedicated to that school, to that neighborhood, and to those kids. Many of the people...
Just finish up, sir.
Many of you knew my mother. Many of you sitting here knew her. And remember that she worked hard at 85, harder than most of us can work today. This is, in this neighborhood, in this town, this was her neighborhood. Debbie Smith was a great lady and a friend of our family. But this neighborhood, the children who my mother literally helped raise from the 1960s until her death, will never forget her. Children need role models.
I'm going to have to ask you to close, okay?
In this neighborhood, she was that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thanks for your service as a firefighter as well.
Mary Stewart, Ian Smith, Christy Cabrera.
Mary Stewart had to leave. She yielded me her 3 minutes.
Oh, Lonnie.
Nope.
Nice try, though. Nice try. Thank you for playing.
Ian Smith, Christy Cabrera, Donald Gallimore Sr.
Mr. Smith, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Our family is so honored and touched for my mother's name to be considered in the school naming process. Her lifelong commitment and passion for education in this state is something that I'm truly in awe of. I spent my entire life watching her advocate for the Nevada education system through whatever platform or channel was available to her. And to this day, her focus and care for public education moves me. She had a deep understanding of the value of education and the long-lasting effects that educational opportunities gave every student in this state. She knew that a good education was the foundation that stood beneath the bright futures of every Nevadan, young and old. Debbie's entire commitment to public service was through a lens of education. She spent her life and career advancing the well-being of Nevadans, from her time on the Lander County School Board before she even had children, until passing WC1, which is bringing us new schools to this day, years after her passing. Her final act of care for Washoe County schools was requesting that her memorial service be held at Sparks High School, a place that she felt most at home. I can't think of a more fitting way to honor her legacy as an advocate for the students of Washoe County than by naming a school in her name, Debbie Smith. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for sharing your mother with us all.
It was my pleasure.
Christy Cabrera, Donald Gallimore Sr., Marilyn Jones.
Ms. Cabrera, welcome.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. For the record, my name is Christy Cabrera. I'm here for personal and professional reasons. I got to know Debbie Smith as a Nevada youth legislator. She appointed me and was a mentor, and I really cannot imagine where I would be without her. I would definitely not be here for one of the major conservation organizations in Nevada, living my dream job, really. So on behalf of the Nevada Conservation League, we are here to support having the school named after her. Clearly, there are many others in the room that will speak to what a great advocate Debbie has been for the education program in Nevada. Her passion for Nevada's students and education was unrivaled and cannot be overstated. but I'm here for another reason. She was also one of Nevada's best legislators this state has ever seen, and I'd like to speak on her record of protecting our air, land, water, and wildlife. Debbie Smith was the 2011 Nevada Conservation League Assemblywoman of the Year and has a lifetime score of 97% on her scorecard, which is really huge. She also created the Nevada Dream Tag, which provides funding for habitat rehabilitation, was the leader on the Green Building Program, and led the fight to keep Nevada in the Tahoe Planning Compact. She also safeguarded our funding for state parks and conservation districts. Nevada is a better place because of Debbie Smith, and I really can't think of any better way to honor her than to name the school after her. Thank you.
Thank you.
Donald Gallimore Sr., Marilyn Jones, Ricky Cobb.
Mr. Gallimore, welcome back.
Thank you very much. I'm Donald Gallimore Sr., and I never knew Michael Lansbury, and I'm sure he was a good guy. And the thing is that Senator Smith, when she was Assemblyman Smith, was a big part of my life. I became a lobbyist, citizen lobbyist, partially because of her, and she mentored me when I started, and I appreciate it more than you think. Of course, broke bread with her and her husband, and there are really many opportunities, stories that I can tell her. One of the things that we always didn't see eye to eye, but that was good because it taught me to go by my heart, to go steadfast and full speed ahead. There are going to be a lot of schools that we need to build, and one of the things that we can keep in mind is that I've got about 7 or 8 moms. I don't know if you can imagine that I was a little wild at times, and so we're probably going to have one of my potential moms here, Bertha Mullins Elementary School one day. So we'll see about that. But Debbie Smith, she's a wonderful person in my heart. But I'd have to say that at this time, the President Hug High School has Dolores Feemster's soul. Those are ghosts in the halls. Those are ghosts in the rooms. That's where her soul was. And the people who got out of Hug High, I would have to say a good many of them had Dolores Feemster's influence on getting through that school. And in this particular instance, even though two of the women I admired most were my mentors, I would have to say that probably in this particular instance, I would have to choose Dolores Feemster as the new Hug name. And it's just primarily that, as I said, you're going to have an opportunity to have other schools. And I think that Debbie Smith should be on top of that list. But in this particular instance, with this location, with the things that she did for the kids, I think this would be appropriate for Feemster Academy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gallimore.
Marilyn Jones, Ricky Cobb, Adrienne Feemster.
Welcome, Ms. Jones.
Hi. So, yeah. I am actually Dolores Feemster's granddaughter, and this is Mrs. Jones, who I happen to actually, for the record, I'm Adrienne Feemster, and this is Marilyn Jones. I'll be speaking on her behalf. We go way back. I was a little bitty girl going to first grade in kindergarten, and she's lived in the same house my whole life. And this is her story, and I want to share it all with you members today. And I know you guys are in a tough seat, so thank you for your time and consideration. I am Marilyn Jones. I have lived in Northeast Reno for more than 45 years. I own a home and raised my children here. They attended, she's going to take her voice back in a moment. Hold on. They attended Glenn Duncan Elementary School, Trainer Middle School, and Hug High School. I worked for the Washoe County School District for 34 years, 30 at Glenn Duncan, 2 years at Trainer Middle School, and 2 years at Jessie Beck. I met Dolores Feemster and some of her family members at school functions and community meetings. I learned right away that they cared about the Northeast community and were active in making it a good place to live. Thanks to their efforts, our family enjoyed the Trainer Public Pool during the hot summer months. They were there for the planning and opening of the Duncan Trainer Partnership Library that is located in between the two schools. They were there when there didn't seem to be enough money in the city or the county budgets to keep the pool or library open. With their work and commitment to our neighborhood, our pool and library are open to serve the public. Our families enjoy safer and better public parks. Dolores Feemster chose to live, raise her family, work in Northeast Reno. She dedicated herself to the betterment of our community. Because of Dolores Feemster, who did so much for the Northeast community specifically, I believe the new CTE school should be named in her honor, and the new high school should keep the Proctor Hug High School name. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Ms. Jones, for your work in the district.
Ricky Cobb, Adriana Feemster, Rob Winkle.
Calling me up here. I didn't know that was going to come back to back. So Ricky Cobb is my brother, but the committee meeting, you may have remembered, lost his voice, and so it's a bit scratchy. I'm being a big voice today, I see. I don't have his speech, but I know his energy, his sentiment about my grandmother. And we have 4 Hall of Famers in our family. He was one of them. Some of the recollection he wants to give notice to is when the football field didn't have any lights. And my grandmother took he and the other boys of the football team out to volunteer their time at the Scalaries Market to earn enough money to put the lights in the field.
Ms. Feemster,
Yes.
we don't give people the opportunity to speak for someone else. You had the person here, that was a different situation.
Oh,
but
I see.
yeah, maybe you could just incorporate his comments
can.
into yours.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry but
Oh, no worries.
we just have to have a disciplined process.
Sure, that's no problem. Actually, a lot of his sentiments do go hand in hand with mine, which is about the spirit and energy of my grandmother. So first, of course, I want to greet you all on my own behalf. I did have a brief email interaction that you personally knew my grandmother, Mrs. Simon Holland. So thank you for that. And to Ms. Raymond, thank you all trustees for allowing us this opportunity and for me to represent my family on behalf of our legacy. For the record, I am Mrs. Feemster's granddaughter, the late Dolores Feemster. I'm so honored to be here, and I want to take you back to her memorial service in June 2018 when we filled the convention center of almost 1,500 to 2,000 people, was estimated, media camera as well. The room was filled with family members, members of the community, family, friends, clergy. It was an amazing experience to me. Person after person came to me and told me about stories about my grandmother, how she helped them, and I thought, how did my little grandmother do all this stuff, you know? And they told me about how they'd come out and play with the kids, and you hear a lot of those stories repeated today over and over again, because that's what she was about. What it did for me is it ignited me. It woke up that Feemster in me, the one that realized that this was a community that my family vowed and gave so many sacrifices to. After we laid my grandmother to rest, we had a gathering at Hug High School. And before I could even step away from the car, I had to just catch my breath. And just walking to the building and looking over the field, every single thing reminded me of my grandmother, my family. Over 20 kids at that school, 30 years my grandmother worked there. That's like 7 generations in family time. And then it clicked. I see how she affected so many. There's so much for me to say. I'm going to fast forward to that, to saying our house was like a community center, as you can imagine, and her efforts through every platform she served. She used it to open the door for other people. She never did it for recognition, and she spent her own money. Now, I was told before today's meeting that 3 of you had already made your decision, and there needed to be only one more vote to move that. Well, I want to sincerely ask everyone here today to put your own personal efforts aside, because this has turned into a huge political agenda. And I am asking for you to consider this Northeast community and what this means to people who lived here, and to those people who decided not to leave, to be a part of making this area better. By hanging Feimster name on that building, what you say is, no matter what restrictive background you come from, even under the law, all you have to do is have will, determination, and do what's right. And she did that as a model citizen. There is no other place at 2880 Sutro, Reno, Nevada, 89512, my second address, because it was my grandmother's, that her name should be. And so I'm asking you all to strongly consider that address as Dolores M. Feimster CTE Academy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Feimster. I'm sorry I had to interrupt you. I was being kicked under the table, so.
Rob Winkle, Teresa Navarro, Greg Smith.
Mr. Winkle, welcome.
Good evening. Rob Winkle. I'm a fourth-generation Nevadan and lived here my entire life, and I would encourage the board to follow the recommendation of the naming committee and retain the name Proctor Hug High School when the high school moves to the new Wild Creek facility. This will preserve the proud traditions of the entire Hug High School community, including the faculty, dedicated faculty, students, as well as the alumni and those traditions that were developed over the past half century. From a historical perspective, when the Board of Trustees named Proctor Hug High School in 1968 after Mr. Hug, it did so in recognition of the many selfish contributions that Mr. Hug made to the entire state of Nevada, education here in northern Nevada, as well as the children in northern Nevada. During his legislative tenure, Senator Hug was responsible for many of the constructive educational policies and processes still in place today, including our year-round academic calendar, as well as our state's Educational Practices Act. He also served after he graduated from the university in the 1920s for 30 years as a dedicated coach, principal, and teacher at Sparks High School. He was closely bonded with his students, and that was shown at the naming committee when a current coach and alum from Hug High School spoke and recounted the times that Mr. Hug and his wife always attended all of the events, graduations, assemblies, and athletic events at Hug High School, and the fact that in 1991, when Mr. Hug passed, a memorial service was held in his honor so that all the students could attend. We heard this evening and at the naming committee meeting from a dedicated faculty member, Sandra Fairsinger, and also at the naming committee meeting, current students also spoke passionately about the proud traditions of the high school, and that's reflected in the survey from the naming committee. Results that the majority of the community, the high school students, as well as our younger students, all three constituent groups voted to retain the Hug High School name when it moves to the new Wild Creek location. Importantly, the naming committee also recognized that when the board originally named the high school after Mr. Hug, it did so on a permanent, forever basis, not temporarily or for a limited number of years. And that's consistent with the precedent of our district when other schools like Reno High School in 1912 as well as 1951 moved, and when B.D. Billinghurst Junior High School moved in 1990, the board determined to retain the names. In conclusion, on behalf of our community, the Hug High students and faculty, and 50 years, many generations of proud Hug High alumni, please follow the recommendation of the naming committee and respect the original decision of our board in 1968. Thank you for your consideration for your service to the community.
Thank you, Mr. Winkle.
Teresa Navarro, Greg Smith, Chris Stanko.
Ms. Navarro, welcome.
Thank you, welcome. So at 5 o'clock, I wasn't hoarse. I am hoarse now. So it's because I have asthma, and by 5 o'clock, I'm hoarse because of the air quality. So I hope I can be clear enough for you. My name is Teresa Navarro. I am a community activist. I've been involved in this community for about 45 years. I do want to mention that Debbie Smith, to her family, that she also helped me run for school board in 2004. And I was very proud to know Debbie Smith. But I'm here today for Dolores Feemster. I met her 20 years ago. When I met Dolores, I was involved with an anti-gang program, and everybody kept telling me that I need to speak to Dolores Feemster. She was the one that was going to help us the most. I did meet her. We got together, and we became friends. She was a very close friend of mine. And being activists the way we were, I mean, it was when she would call me, I knew it was because she was either going to ask me a suggestion or she already had volunteered me to do something. So she would call me and I would answer, and sometimes she just wanted to voice her opinion and say, I just want you to listen to me and tell me what you think. She did so much in this community. She was always, I went to her house and it's true, it was always full. It was always full of it. And sometimes I'd go there and I go, are they related? She goes, no, they needed help. No, they needed to get food. And it was just like, I need you to come and do this. And I would do it. I never said no to her, and she never said no to anybody else. We were constantly doing things, but she was so involved with the people, especially the kids and the youth. My area was in teens. I was very involved with teens in that area, and so was she. So when something happened and I needed her, I could call her, and she would be there. And she would do the same for me. She would call me and she'd say, we have this family, this is going on, where do I take them? I go, I'll be there, we'll figure it out, we'll do something. She never thought about herself. The last time I saw her was about a month before she passed away. She was in the hospital. And I went to go see her because I would try to see her because she had a really hard time with the loss of Daryl Feemster, her son. And I lost my son 10 years ago. So we had a lot in common, and I would go there and talk to her, and we would talk about our sons, what we had with them. And it was really sad to see her where she was at that point in her life, because Daryl Feemster was another one who did so much for our community. And to me, that area, that should be the name of the Feemsters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Navarro.
Greg Smith, Chris Stanko, Pablo Nava Duran.
Mr. Smith, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President and trustees. I appreciate your time and your efforts here. This is great. Our family could not be more proud that you would consider Debbie Smith for a name on a school in our neighborhood. The Hug High School is a slingshot from our house, but we understand the Proctor name, and that's fine. We're very comfortable with that. To give you a little bit of history on Debbie, from 78 to 80, she served on the Lander County School Board at age 22. Her service in the PTA started when our daughter was in first grade and only progressed from there, finally serving as state president and the National Board of Directors. Along the way, she served 8 years when asked by Governor Miller and Governor Gwynn to chair the Council on Academic Standards, which wound up adopting our very first Nevada standards. Her career in the legislature started in 2000 when asked by the then District 30 Assemblywoman, Jan Evans, to fill her shoes when she was dying from cancer. Throughout her political career, she touched many people from all walks of life on a variety of topics, and of that you're hearing so tonight. Understand the most important thing to her next to her family was her passion for education. Her core belief throughout her life was public education was the great equalizer. She knew that an educated mind is the most powerful tool anyone can have. She lived by this until she passed. Of all of her accomplishments, the greatest was the passage of the School Works Bill. It took her 2 sessions to get that bill through, and she was driven to make it happen, and later became WC1. She worked this bill through several sessions till its passage in 2015, which was also when she was fighting for her life with brain cancer. It was to be her final effort in her career. Unfortunately, she never lived to see the first of many schools built with WC1 money. I personally know that her passion for education came from the very fact that her education stopped when she graduated from high school. Life happens, and that was it. Her biggest regret in life was not going to college. And I think she held that thought to the end. When you're deliberating tonight, just remember one thing. We wouldn't have this particular problem tonight if it weren't for Debbie Smith. It's a tough choice, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, and thank you for sharing her with us, Greg.
Chris Stanko, Pablo Nava Duran, Eloy Jara.
Mr. Stanko, welcome.
Thank you. Members of the school board, Dr. McNeil, first, thank you for your service on the school board. My name is Chris Stanko. I was born and raised here in Reno, Nevada. There's been an important question underlying this entire process. What is a school? Specifically, what is Hug High School? Is it a collection of physical buildings made of brick, concrete, and steel? Or is it the administrators, coaches, parents, teachers, and, most importantly, students? The answer is clear. Hug High School is a community of people with over 50 years of tradition and pride. Of all the semifinalist candidates, there are all tremendous options for a new school, such as the new CTE Academy. But the facility at Wild Creek is not a new school. Rather, Hug High School is simply moving to a new physical location. The people will not change. Hug High has over 50 years of distinguished alumni and traditions, and has become an important part of the fabric of our community. So, it's not surprising that the survey results among all respondents in the general public and among all students in the Hug Zone chose Hug High School as their top choice for the name of the new facility. Additionally, the naming committee that you created did a fantastic job under Ms. Cook's leadership as chair. That committee, which is comprised of 10 citizen volunteers, emphatically agreed with the proposition that Hug High School, at its core, is a community of people full of tradition and pride. As the naming committee's top 3 naming pairs all recommend Hug High School as the name of the new facility at Wild Creek. Furthermore, the first choice for every member of the naming committee last week was a naming pair that recommends Hug High School as the name of the new facility. I respectfully urge you to honor the clear wishes of the general public, the naming committee that you created, and most importantly, the Hug High community by allowing the Hug High community to carry the name Proctor R. Hug High School with them to the new facility at Wild Creek. This not only continues to honor a fine man who devoted his entire life to Nevada as a student, teacher, coach, administrator, and state legislator, but it's also the best way to honor the proud traditions of the fine students and faculty at Hug High over the last half century. Thank you for your consideration of my views. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stanko.
Pablo Nava Duran, Eloy Jara, Mike Kinney.
Welcome back, Pablo.
Okay. So right now we're going to talk about the naming of Wild Creek High School in the city on Hug campus. I do support naming Hug High School to a new school because it will remain tradition and pride on the Hug High pride community for the students. I know the Professor Hug was a administrator, coach, teacher that make the community have a positive impact. But with the Hug High School, like outside the Northeast community, do you see like many people think like Hug is a bad place, it's a game, drugs, like it's not a good school. So moving to a new campus at Wild Creek High School and naming the Huck High School, moving the Huck High School name to the new facility, that make the better community for the students and the community. So that we named the CC Huck campus, I would support naming Debbie Smith on the Huck High School facility because she is my representative for Nevada State's Senate, which I represent on New York area. You do not notice that. He also served on the Sun Valley and North Reno and West Park area. He was pre-reserved for a state assembly. Debbie Smith helped the New York community make the students have better access for education and positive impact for their life. Open at Wild Creek High School will have positive impact of students who will get the chance to have education quality and a new beginning. Husk High School students will move to new high school in 2022. Currently, the freshman will be first graduate class at new high school. My sister will be attending Wild Creek High School when he was freshman in 2024 school year. She's currently a fourth grader. So to build a new high school, Wild Creek will leave for a Spanish-speaking high school by moving then Sun Valley to a new school that make the better community. Meaning the new high school at Wild Creek will bring the students who live in inner city will have a new school because meaning they don't have no school and many of education were left behind that increase democracy and economic segregation and home for the 20,000 people.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Duran.
Eloy Jara, Mike Kinney, Richard Daly.
Mr. Jara, welcome.
Thank you. Eloy Hara for the record.
Hara,
thanks for the opportunity to speak. It's a pleasure. So I stand here before you representing 1,200 union members of the Labor's Union, Labor's International Union Local 169. So the main reason, the one thing I like to point out is, I like to defer my option to the committee that you guys selected as being a specialist and professional. So I grant my vote to go with the endorsement of the committee and do it for Debbie Smith. So Debbie Smith definitely has my vote, my members' vote, and that's all I got for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Hara.
Mike Kinney, Richard Daly, Trey Abney.
Welcome, Mr. Kinney.
Hi, Mr. President and school board members. Mike Kinney for the record, lifelong Reno resident and HUG alumni. I know we've heard from a lot of people about the choices that you guys have in front of you, and it's a difficult choice. You know, you can't downplay any of the other people that have been selected for this position. My vote, like Eloy Hara, WC1 was a huge issue to get passed through the Senate. There was a lot of opposition on that. Debbie Smith made it her goal to make sure that we had new schools in this area because she's seen the growth that was on the horizon. And without WC1, we would have had a problem educating the new kids that are coming into our area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kinney.
Richard Daly. He left. Trey Abney, Michael Alonso, Mario De La Rosa.
Mr. Abney, welcome.
Thank you, Madam President. Good to see you, members of the board, and Dr. McNeil. Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate the work. For the record, Trey Abney. We appreciate the work of Irene and Riley and the naming committee. An important process, but certainly not an easy one. have a long history with Debbie Smith. Spent several sessions working alongside of her, sometimes working against her. She was a leader who was helpful to me, respectful, and forceful. Plenty of engaging conversations in person and via text. And in fact, I saved our last text conversations and had time to peruse them again as I was waiting to speak here tonight. I can't repeat some of it in a public meeting, but Greg and Skip and their union brothers and sisters would be pleased to know that we had a heated discussion on prevailing wage, but then had a long chat about how we were going to get a Washoe County School District capital funding bill through the legislature. And if you remember, Madam President, we had to do that twice. One bill that sent it to the county commission, which didn't work out so well for us.
I was gone.
And then a second bill that resulted in WC1. I remember sitting in her legislative office near the end of 2013 and the 2015 sessions, chatting about how we were going to take care of the very real need of building new schools and repairing old schools in this county. With her leadership, we were able to not only get the necessary bills through 2 chambers of the legislature and governor's signature, but it was in her honor that a huge cross-section of this community came together and passed WC1 in 2016, and I was certainly pleased and honored to be heavily involved in that effort. In short, we would not be here today if it were not for Debbie Smith. There would be no new schools to name. We wouldn't be having this conversation. Now, to be clear, the other names suggested here tonight are certainly worthy. I've gotten to know many members of the Feemster family, and they've certainly given much to this community and deserve to be honored. And there are more schools coming because of the work that we did and because of the work that Debbie Smith did. But for this flagship school, which will be a shining star of this district, the new CTE school, let's name it after the person who made all of these new schools possible. So again, thank you for your time, Madam President, members of the board, and thank you for your service to the people of Washoe County. Thank you.
Thank you, Trey.
Michael Alonso, Mario De La Rosa, Cal Dunlap.
Mr. Alonso, welcome. Nice to see you again.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board. I'm Michael Alonso. I'm a lifelong Reno resident, and I am here to speak on this item in support of Debbie Smith and the naming of the CTE after her. Greg and a lot of other people have touched on a lot of issues that I was going to talk about with respect to Debbie. I first met her in 2000 when she was running for Assembly District 30, and Debbie and I got to be really good friends over a long period of time, and I worked with her closely in every session, including her last session. And Debbie accomplished a lot of things during that time, not just as an elected official, but just as a good community person. And she always impressed me with the way she went around about doing things and dealing with people, whether you were on the same side with her or a different side of her. And I was on both sides. I was on the side that Debbie supported, and I was on the side that Debbie opposed. And usually our fights were about things that mattered to education. And I can remember one in particular that lasted a few sessions on star bonds. I don't know if anybody remembers star bonds, but it was sales tax anticipated revenue. And there were several projects in Reno that I was involved in that were utilizing star bonds. And Debbie figured out that the LSST and the SST were being taken out of the star bonds, which affected the public schools. And so those were the worst fights that she and I ever had, but it was because of public education that Debbie did that. And, I would like to go back through all the things that I had written down, but I think they've been touched on today. And she was a champion for education, and I think this is really important. And I support what the committee did with Proctor Hug and on the Hug High School, but I think it's really fitting that Debbie should be that the CTE should be named after Debbie Smith. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Alonso.
Mario De La Rosa, Cal Dunlap, Chris Snyder.
Hello, my name is Mario de la Rosa. Thank you for your service. I just want to say that this decision, tonight's decision, is not about race, but also I have to say that it's going to be depending on your final decision. We have a diverse school district, as you know very well. More than 50% of our children are Hispanic, Black African Americans, Native Americans, Asians, as you very well know. And this diversity needs representation. And this is a great opportunity to recognize the work of one of our African American community leaders. Naming the school after Mrs. Feimster means a lot for our future, for our children. And this decision is going to show where we are at diversity and inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. De La Rosa.
Cal Dunlap, Chris Snyder, Andrew Barbano.
Mr. Dunlap, welcome.
I'm going to out you. She was the budget analyst when I was in the DA's office.
That's true, and I really gave it to you, didn't I?
She did. And you know what she gave it to me for is for presenting a truthful budget.
Okay, your time is being used up.
Okay, sorry, I couldn't resist. I'm Cal Dunlap. I'm a lawyer, I have to tell you that. I'm not here representing any clients. I'm here because before I went bad and went to law school, I was a teacher at Reno High School. And I have been a fan of education forever. I've taught at just about every high school and every school in Washoe County in various capacities over the years. I also happen to know, and what brought me here originally was a friend of mine told me there was some issue as to whether or not the Proctor Hug name would go on to the new school. And I knew Proctor Hug as a superintendent of school when I was at Reno High School and long before that. He was very close to my first boss, who was Judge Neil Gaslin, when I was a law clerk. I didn't see any reason why or excuse for not carrying that name forward, particularly in light of the fact that he was a man who basically put his name on the stepchild of high schools in this community. I was not aware, frankly, of the Smith Feimster issue until late today, after I'd already decided to come here and speak on behalf of the continuation of the Proctor Hug name on the new school. I have to tell you, I have been a Feimster fan for a very long time and still stand here as a Feimster fan. And the reason for that is multifaceted. First of all, I taught at Reno High School when two Feimsters were there in my classroom. One was Lonnie and the other was his sister already. Anyway, the Feimster family, I've known them for a long time. I've followed them for a long time. This is, as someone pointed out, the flagship school for this region and for this area. Put the Feimster flag on this flagship school. That's where it belongs. She is a wonderful person who gave her life to education. I like Ms. Smith, but she is not the person who should carry the name. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunlap.
Chris Snyder, Andrew Barbano, Julia Ratty.
Mr. Snyder, welcome.
Thank you very much. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. I had the opportunity to be here last week, and it was just the testimony's been so touching on all the stories and all the names, and it's been really enlightening to hear it. And I'm here on behalf of the operating engineers, Local 3. And I'm here to speak on behalf of Debbie Smith and the recommendation of the naming committee. The operating engineers, and I guess I want to give a little bit of different perspective because Debbie Smith worked for the operating engineers for over 2 decades, and our organization fights for working men and women, across this nation, fighting for better wages, better working conditions. And she was in that fight every day to try to make it a better place. And what we do is we train people in heavy equipment operation, in building highways and building bridges, surveyors. And she believed in that deeply. And I think there was no better school to be named after her than a CTE school, because it's the seamless education from high school into those skilled trades. And we had guys from the laborers up here tonight with the operating engineers. All the crafts respected the work she did, and it's kind of it's a good fit, we think. I also want to know that we had people, when they found out that she was going to be up for a name, we had dozens and dozens of our members here last week. The entire room was overflowed with folks here to support her. We had a huge contingency in here, and it was kind of really touching all the way around the testimony. I'm sure you guys followed it. So on behalf of the operating engineers, we fully support the name and the recommendation of the naming committee, and I think they're all wonderful people, and all the stories were just incredible. But this wouldn't have happened. None of this would have happened without that piece of what she did with WC1. But her whole life and her whole, the body of work really fits well with the CTE high school. So, and there's going to be other opportunities for other names. We know that, but this is especially, we think, appropriate. So thank you very much for taking the time to listen, and good luck tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder.
Andrew Barbano, Julia Ratty, Brian Prather.
Mr. Barbano, welcome.
Thank you and good evening. My name's Andrew Barbano. Good to see all my union brothers and sisters here tonight. I'm a member of Communications Workers of America Local 9413. I am the editor of CesarChavezNevada.com and NevadaLabor.com, where the viewing public or any of you may see a version of what I emailed all of you this morning and wallpapered the state with it. It's good political advice, even if you haven't read it yet. It will be in tomorrow's Sparks Tribune. I am here tonight to start this thing biblically with 2 phrases by people smarter than me. Heaven and earth shall pass away, and our words shall pass away. This is a very transitory thing. We are not here for even the equivalent of the eyelash bat of a bantamweight flea. So let us take the broad perspective on how big this is or is not. Another phrase in the Bible says, by their names ye shall know them. And that's why we're here tonight. But the real reason we're here tonight is because the voters of Washoe County passed a tax. And it is a sales tax. It is the worst possible tax you can pass. There was a committee established by the county commission to review taxes to put on the ballot. They excluded everything, especially the hotel room tax. We don't want to screw with the casinos. So they put a sales tax on the ballot, so you had only one choice. Live with bursting schools and worse schools, or impose the worst possible tax. Who does a sales tax impact the most? The voters of Northeast Reno that are low-income and senior citizen people. They are paying for all of those schools that you're going to be talking about. Don't disrespect them. There are plenty of other schools that can be named after Lansbury and my dear friend Senator Smith. Do not disrespect the voters of low-income Northeast Reno. Give them a shining city on the hill that they can point to. that they can point to and say, we voted for that and it's good for us. There are plenty of other schools in the pipeline. There's only one name that should be put on that school. Otherwise, the school, the new HUG, becomes a reminder that we want your money, but you don't count. Thank you so much. Be well. Raise hell.
Thank you, Mr. Barbano.
Julia Ratty, Brian Prather, Randy Canal.
Welcome, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you to members of the Board of Trustees and your leadership. I'm privileged to be here today to speak on behalf of my friend Senator Smith. But before I do that, I did want to acknowledge the Feemster family, who I'm also incredibly impressed with. I did not have the opportunity to know Dolores, and now I regret that. But I did have the opportunity to work with Daryl when we were both very young executive directors of nonprofits, both of us kind of in our first leadership roles. And he was at the Glenn Duncan Family Resource Center, and I was running the Gang Alternatives Partnership at the time. And the privilege to work with Lonnie recently on a piece of legislation. He was gracious enough to help me with this last session. So all respect to the Feemster family. That said, I think there's been some notion here that Debbie was just some politician. And if you want to talk about a woman who spent more time selling raffle tickets, shuttling kids to games, rallying Girl Scouts, there was a reason, too, that her funeral also filled a high school with well over 1,000 people. Debbie lifted other people up. I was surprised. I forgot about the folks who ran for the school board that she had helped here today. She, of course, helped me run for office, and I bet if you looked around at many of the people who are in leadership positions today, one of the reasons we have so many, quote, and I'm using air quotes here, ordinary and regular people sitting in office is because Debbie Smith did convince those of us who were teachers, nonprofit professionals, activists, that we too could be sitting in those seats. She did that for us. And you have a whole bunch more goodwill for all parts of the community because of that work. Not everybody could make it tonight, so I want to remind you that not only did Debbie do education, but she also did work on behalf of domestic violence victims. I think Lauren Dennison had to leave, unfortunately, but let's not forget Brianna's bill to make sure that we were collecting DNA so that we can solve the most horrific of crimes. We talked about the working men and women and all the work that Debbie did on lifting up apprenticeships and the trades and prevailing wage and all of these things. And this is why I agree with the statement that this school is going to draw children from all over the district who are interested in working in the career and technical space, like Debbie's family did for years and years and years. Those education programs were bolstered in our communities statewide. She did so much work to disabuse all of us that you had to go get a college education. Instead, that you could do another very viable and very professional path to a career. And that was career and technical education. She cared about special populations. She leaned in Sun Valley when nobody was advocating for Sun Valley. She represented Sparks with dignity and honor. She cared about gifted and talented kids at the Davidson Academy. And in education, she accomplished so much. Safe to Tell against bullying, EpiPens that have saved lives, educational standards, educational funding, parent engagement, career and technical education, class size reduction, and of course WC1. Please support Debbie Smith. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ratty.
Brian Prather, Randy Canal. I'm going to have a very hard time with this one. I'm sorry. Ramon Barboza. Thank you.
Hi. I would like to thank the board for all the work you do as well and allowing me to speak in front of you today. It's kind of an honor for me. I'm actually with the Operating Engineers Local 3 Apprenticeship Program. And when I was going through the apprenticeship, Debbie was working for the operating engineers, as Chris had mentioned earlier, and she was truly helpful. She didn't care if you supported her statute, didn't support her statute. She gave you equal face time and fair opinion. She studied the issues. She was very good at articulating that and coming up with a fair, equal decision to help everybody. She was very good at that, and she was also very impressive. As I came up through the organization and became the administrator, she was always helpful and again helped guide me in some certain issues and get me to where I'm at and also calm me down a little bit because coming out of the field as an operator is kind of wild. But just to not waste a lot of time, I support Debbie Smith in the naming of the school, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prather.
Randy Canal, Ramon Barbosa. Oh, okay.
Randy, welcome.
Thank you, Madam President, Interim Superintendent, and other board members. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I don't envy you in this position right here, I got to be honest. But if I may, at least you know that you pretty much can't go wrong. Everybody up here is more than deserving, but I am here to speak on behalf of Debbie Smith. All I can say is she was everything about education, as you've heard. I don't want to regurgitate too much of what's already been said about her, but she did. She pushed through the legislature, both as an assembly person and as a senator, to get rights for the people that were out here. For, you know, we build these schools, we have to realize that it's a lot of the workers that are out here that are sending their kids to these schools. She pushed for education in everything that she did. She pushed to get WC1 through. She had to reach across the aisle. She was everything about cooperation, and you know, and that's what we need in the school districts. Is a lot of cooperation, and teach the kids that we do need to work together to get things accomplished. A CTE school in her name, what could be more appropriate? She was very committed to trades. Her whole life was as far as taking care of education and to push children to succeed. And again, I want to throw my support here. I've been a lifetime resident. I've heard the Feemster name. I know of Michael Lansbury. I cannot say anything bad about any of those. But again, I just think that in this situation, naming a school after Debbie Smith, especially a CTE school, would be extremely appropriate. So thank you very much for your time, and good luck.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Okay. Before we close the public comment, is there anyone else who would like to speak who has not yet spoken? We'd certainly be happy to hear from you if you haven't spoken and would like to. Okay. All right. Well, we'll close the public comment and bring it back to the board. And I have a suggestion for the board that I think possibly Debbie Smith and Dolores Feemster would both endorse. And that is to name the CTE Center the Smith Feemster CTE Academy. Just want to throw that out there for discussion. So let's hear from board members about your thoughts. Who'd like to speak? Vice President Raymond.
I just am wondering, are we wanting to break this into two conversations?
You can have whatever comment, however you want to do it.
I'm just going to make an initial comment about keeping the name Hug High School with the students, and so that the new building at Wild Creek Golf Course location would be called Hug High School. I think the survey results clearly demonstrate the desire to do that, and you know, I'm also was sort of struck through this process and kind of getting to today about whether there should even maybe be something in policy about when we take an entire school of students and move them into a new building, if a new name should even sort of be on the table. I don't know that we would present to Reno High School or Sparks High School that the new building down the street that we're creating for them would possibly have a different name. So I think that the name of Hug High School should be with the new school built at the Wild Creek Golf Course.
All right. Is that a motion?
Do we want to make it into
You
a motion?
can certainly
Okay,
make a
so I would like to make a motion.
Yes. Well, yeah.
Okay.
Angie
yes,
makes
please.
that. Let Angie make
Thank
it.
you. As an alum of Hug High School,
Absolutely.
then I would like to make this motion that the new high school in the Wild Creek area take with it the name of Proctor R. Hug High School.
Okay, is there a second? Oh. Okay, we'll let Vice President Raymond second. Is there further discussion about that? I think that is a great recommendation on the part of the committee, and we appreciate that very much. Riley's going to try to interrupt and say we have to do both, but okay.
No, Madam President, Riley Sutton for the record. I was just going to suggest that perhaps putting an effective date on that so that it moves at the time.
When the new, okay. Okay.
And that effective date would be August of 2022. Right.
Okay.
Friendly amendment. I'll take that friendly amendment. Thank you.
And does the seconder agree? Okay. All right. Is there other discussion on that? Okay. Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Aye. Okay. Motion carries 6-1. Okay. And let's continue the discussion. And I don't want all the discussion to have to be about, the suggestion. So whatever you want to say is absolutely on the table. Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, thanks to everybody that was involved in this process. For me, I don't know about for many of you, but for me, this process has actually been going on for 3 years. Since it first became known that there was going to be a new high school and that the current Hug campus was going to be maintained and so on. So a very long process, but that just shows how important this is for the community. So especially Ms. Clenay, thank you for your leadership in the committee, and Frank Perez before you, and all those on the naming committee. This cannot be easy, and certainly, although we feel like volunteers, you actually are volunteers. You are volunteers, so thank you for that, and to everyone who came out last week and this one. The naming of Hug, to me, the new campus was the easy part, because for all the reasons that were discussed, I think that makes sense. It's a little bit more challenging when I think about the new CTE campus, so I took a lot of notes along the way, so if you will oblige me, Madam President, just to go through these quickly. I had a protein bar, so I'm good. First of all 3 of the finalists that came from the good work of the committee are very deserving. You see their credentials on the screen, and we know that there are many, many more. Some were shared on tonight. For myself, and it seems like here tonight, and for the committee, most of the support that was shared with me from the community, emails, text messages, people, grabbing in the grocery store, at church, whatever the case may be, was really the conversation around Senator Debbie Smith and actually Mrs. Dolores Feimster. And there's such great support and emotion for both, and certainly rightly so. Certainly rightly so. And I had personal relationships with both of them. I, too, am one of those school board members that Debbie Smith helped. Absolutely. And would I be here without her? I don't know, quite honestly. I really don't know. I'm not sure if I thank her or not yet, but the jury's still out on that one after all these years. But she was really good to me. And the Feimster family, we go way, 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 way back. So I was thinking, why not take this moment in time to honor both? So you think your suggestion was crazy. Wait till you hear mine. Because, I have to acknowledge that the impact that the Feimster name has had on that community and even on that school for all the years, almost as all the years that Hug High School has been a school. But at the same time, we would not be here without the work of Debbie Smith. Certainly also had a lifetime of work on education. And because of WC1, as we've heard on tonight, that impacts everyone in this community, everyone in our entire community. And so I would like, because of that, I'd like to really give Debbie Smith as much exposure as possible. And as Greg Smith said earlier, I know ideal for the Smith family was the new campus because it's so close to the house, and I certainly acknowledge your understanding that keeping the Hug tradition going is there. So since that cannot be the case, to me, the most exposure we can give Debbie Smith is for her name to be on a comprehensive high school. Where there's sports and other traditional types of activities and so on. There may or may not be a sports program, an athletics program at the new CTE school. So what I would like to propose for my colleagues to consider is that we name the CTE campus after the Feimster family or Dolores Feimster, and that we commit tonight to name the new high school. We know there will be another high school. We commit tonight, not to drag it on, and the Smith family has to come back out, and we have to have letters again, not to, but we commit tonight to naming the new high school Debbie Smith High School.
Okay.
And the crowd goes wild.
Yeah, well, everyone's thinking. And
new, not
the
Wild
next.
Creek, the
She
next.
means
The next high school. But I would want to make that suggestion tonight so that we don't have to go through all this. And I did take the liberty, since this wild idea hit me actually this afternoon, of seeing if policy would allow for that. And the interpretation from Chief Legal Counsel is that policy 7110 would allow for something like that. It'd have to be another agenda item, I believe. But would you mind, Counsel?
I don't mind. So I think it would have to come back as another agenda item, and you would, as you asked me, you had a location in mind of the school and closer to.
Well, according to WC1, it is anticipated that it will be in Cold Springs.
So what policy 7110, similar to the question the president asked me, it just contemplates a community involvement. It actually doesn't specifically say what the committee does, and I think the committee did exactly what it's supposed to do. You had hundreds of people show up the other night. You've had, 100 here tonight. So I think the committee and the community has definitely had its input. I think the policy has been met technically, and I think anything that comes from the committee is a recommendation anyway. For example, in this case, the recommendation came up that you would consider the names as packages, and in this case you've already made a motion to consider one solely and now deliberate on the second. So it's only a recommendation to you. You would have to put it on a future agenda, but I do think you can do that. There's no criteria here that says anything about the school has to be under plans or anything else. It just says a planned school. So planned school means, as you stated, something that's in the plans, but it doesn't say where in the plans, architectural or anything other than that. So I think it meets the policy. And I checked the reg 7111, and the reg is, again, it would meet the reg as well.
I would want it to be. I would want to go a little further and not say a planned school, but a planned high school. The next high school, would that be allowable? I think that would be
absolutely,
because I think that gives Senator Smith the maximum possible exposure.
So if you were
that's my intention.
If you were to send a motion out there, I'm not suggesting you do this right now, but the motion would have to be something along the lines of, I move for the school to be named after whoever you choose, and that the board bring back at the next meeting, if I understand what you're saying correctly, another high school with the following name, something along those lines. And that would be how you would be able to do that.
Madam President, if I think it's important to have discussion, because this is the first time anyone's heard of this except for me.
Yeah, and I think we should have discussion. And I also want to say, on behalf of the board, our appreciation to not only everyone who has taken the time to be here tonight, the many emails that we have received, the phone calls, the letters. This is a subject of great passion, and we also especially want to thank the committee. The hours that you all have put in, as Dr. Taylor said, your volunteer service on this. These are emotional, passionate issues, and you've done it with grace and perspective and great respect for folks. So thank you for that. So let's hear from some other trustees, and I do want to have an opportunity to just to say how deeply I respect all of the folks who have been nominated, and as many folks said here tonight, any of the three finalists that we have for the CTE Academy are very deserving people. We are fortunate in our community to have had people who have served us so well and with such great dignity and passion. So we're faced with a very difficult choice. And I just want to say, for my part, I too agree that we wouldn't be here if it weren't for Debbie Smith. She did steer a very difficult process through 2 legislative sessions to make it possible for us to build all of these schools. And very, very grateful to her. And I also lost a daughter this summer to glioblastoma, and so I appreciate her family's service and her her difficult struggle. And the Feemster family knew Daryl very well, knew Mrs. Feemster, and I feel very strongly that the Feemster family has served that particular neighborhood and the people who have lived and grown and prospered there for so many decades. So I'm very torn about this, and again, would hope to find a way, as Dr. Taylor is trying to find a way to honor both of these very deserving individuals. So, Trustee Kelly, I see you were next.
Thank you, Madam President. First off, yeah, I agree that the community's support for the two finalist candidates tonight was just amazing. And it was very, I thought, pretty even. Like for tonight, I counted 12 for Debbie Smith, 11 for Deborah Feemster.
Dolores.
Or Dolores, sorry, Dolores Feemster. Emails was also pretty even. I got a lot of social media and stuff, and of course the committee slightly in favor of Debbie Smith, but it was still pretty close there. And so when I look at two amazing women, two amazing candidates that are pretty evenly split between the community, I kind of have to fall back on my own personal experience with the two of them. And I had a lot of good experiences with Debbie Smith. I got to work with her on some campaigns and some other things. And when I think about Debbie Smith, I think about her legacy, and it was statewide. And then certainly because of what she did with WC1, it was countywide. And so I really like the suggestion from Dr. Taylor to consider making it the next proposed high school be named after Debbie Smith. Because I see Debbie, her name can be at a school almost anywhere in our county, and the fact that a high school would be larger, would be more exposure, I think that fits really, really well. Now, my experience with Dolores Feemster, first time that I ran for the school board and I won back in 2008, I lived right behind Hug High School. And so because of where I lived, I just happened to walk those neighborhoods a lot, just because it was easy. If I had an hour here or an hour there, I could just go walk the neighborhood. And from all the walking of neighborhood and knocking on doors, people would give me their 2 cents about what they thought of public education. And then a lot of them, dozens and dozens of people would close by saying, make sure you go talk to Dolores Feemster. Mm-hmm. So after 30 or 40 households, I finally went and found her address and sat down and talked to her. And she was very gracious, and she met with me a couple times for hours at a time to talk about public education. And then again, because I lived right by Hug High School, on evenings and weekends, if I had nothing to do, I would just go to the campus and I would see Dolores Feemster there all the time. And so I really like that motion of naming the existing Hug High School, the new future technical academy, after, I know there was a suggestion for the Feemster family, but I think it's appropriate to name it specifically after Dolores Feemster, which would then still honor the whole Feemster family. And then I like that suggestion of making the next high school named after Debbie Smith.
Okay, others. Trustee Caudill.
Yeah, I guess my question is for General Counsel. How do we essentially lock in the next high school's names? You said it's got to go on another agenda. We're looking at maybe 10 years, if not a little more, before there's a high school in Cold Springs. That's a long time. That's a lot. That's quite a few board members down the road. And I don't want to do that now, and then when the time comes, the high school's not named after Debbie Smith because the board then decided to do whatever they wanted to do. How do we essentially lock it in so that it is going to be named Debbie Smith, or else am I missing something that it has to be decided then? Because it's going to be a long time till we're building a high school in Cold Springs if we're talking about that specific school.
I think there's a couple of things there. Is one, it would be bad parliamentary procedure to allow them to rename the school once this public body has taken action. I know there's concern, can you really bind the future, but by way of example, you agreed to put a cell tower on top of McQueen tonight. That's binding the future. It's not going anywhere, right? So I think as long as you followed your policies, which I can't really find a place where the policy wasn't followed, you're fine. Now, if you want to pick the Cold Spring schools, I would have to talk to Pete about that. I don't know the answer of when that school is going to be built. If I understand Trustee Taylor correctly, maybe it's any high school.
The next high
That's
school.
what the next high school. So I think that would have to come back on the next agenda. The next high school, the next one in this area, or whatever the motion is. So but I think you can. I have no problem with you passing a motion that follows policy, and expect a future board to follow it. Could they choose to rescind that vote? Sure, they could, but it would, I believe, be bad form.
If any, Madam
Yes,
President?
Dr. Taylor.
I think, first of all, I think we don't know when the next high school is going to be built. The schools follow the growth.
Yeah, or when.
Or when it could be in the south, and it could be in 5 years. We don't know. We know it takes a couple of years to build it, but the need can be identified. And part of what WC1 allows us to do is to get in front of some growth and some need where we're almost going to double sessions and so on and so forth. So we really don't know it will be 10 years. We don't know when it will be, and we don't know where it will be. I said that because that was in part of the conversation from examples from WC1, but it could be somewhere else. And I think just because of what my colleague said, Trustee Caudill, is that it may be 10 years from now, and they may forget who Debbie Smith is, so to speak, is exactly why we want to do it now. Because the further you get away, then people tend to forget, and they remember we've always been building schools. Well, we haven't. And we would be in a very different place. We have people in here right now because they're so tired of their kids being on multi-track and going to double sessions. And I think that is absolutely the reason why. And I agree. I don't like to do too much futuristically because I know things change. But I think in this case, because we're really talking about the safety of our kids, and then those things that are of utmost importance, I think, to all of us as a board and as a community, that's exactly the reason why we do that, because of some of the things that you said. Those are my thoughts on that.
And I appreciate, this is a very, very challenging decision for us, because I don't want to speak for any of my colleagues, because I haven't talked with any of them about how they feel about this. And I don't know how someone thought that there were 3 votes for something, because I think we are all here to make up our minds, listening to the testimony and to the, bless you, and to the stories of love, and to the stories of support, and to the stories of mentoring and impact. And I don't want to give up on the idea of naming it after both of them, because we could do that tonight and have them both be honored. But Trustee Minetto.
Yeah, this is miserably hard, but I like the Smith-Feemster CCTE school. I do like the both of them together, and that way it doesn't commit other people down the road where they're going, what? When maybe it's their turn to name a school.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Others? Nathan?
Well, I would like to preface this by saying, unlike many members of the community, I never had the opportunity to meet any of these 3 fine people, but I do think each and every one of them deserves their just desserts. I think the real tie here for the naming of this school is between Ms. Smith and Ms. Feemster. And I do like President Simon Holland's suggestion, merely because it locks it down right now and ensures that these 2 remarkable individuals get their just desserts right here and right now. But what I would like to say is, although Mr. Lansbury came in a close third, I do think he deserves some things as well, because I remember in 2013 when I heard about the horrible things that happened there, and that this guy gave his life for his students, paid the ultimate price. That was genuinely moving. And so I think that while tonight I would support honoring Ms. Smith and Ms. Feemster, we should absolutely not forget Mr. Lansbury. And perhaps, in accordance with Ms. Taylor's suggestion, in addition to creating the Smith-Feemster CTE Academy, commit at some point to naming a school after Mr. Lansbury for the extraordinary thing that he did in 2013.
Mm-hmm.
That's just my 2 cents.
Thank you. Your 2 cents is very valuable, Mr. Noble. Okay, others? Trustee Calvert, Trustee Vice President Raymond? Yeah.
This is so hard. I don't know how something as cool as naming a school could be harder than searching for a new superintendent, but it somehow is today. I'm so torn. I think some of the stuff that's really stuck out to me that is making this harder for me is obviously the kind of locational connection for the Feemster family to the building, and that being such a unique circumstance in this instance. But I think, on the other hand, the connection for Senator Smith with CTE and kind of the technical fields, I love the idea of that connection, which I didn't know, as Nathan said, I didn't have the opportunity to meet either of them. I knew very much about each of them, but I had never had the pleasure of getting to meet either of them. So I've learned so much through this process about both of them and about Proctor Hug too, which I didn't, I have, that school existed before I was born, and to me it was just Hug. I never knew as much about the name behind it. So it's been nice to get to learn more about all of these individuals. And I'm just torn. I mean, I kind of see the benefit of the dual name. It definitely appeases kind of us, I think, because we get to feel like we, honored both of them, but I worry a little bit, does that really meet the desires of the individuals that really feel strongly about these women? Because for them, I wonder if it is the same to have a school that has both names, where maybe the real goal is to have an individual school. So I'm a little unsure about that. And I like the idea of the future school. I do think that kind of addresses both, but I guess my only concern there is the what ifs. What if it didn't happen? What if there wasn't a school? And I wish we could know now that there definitely was going to be one, because then I think I would go that route for sure. But is there any input that, Riley, you could give on that? Or
New high schools are in the menu from WC1, but they are growth dependent, and there is at this point no specific timeline and no specific parcel of land other than general areas that were identified in the ballot question. So yes and no.
You're just making this even harder.
And I do want to, I'm sorry if I interrupted.
I'm not decided. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Really hard.
And I do want to acknowledge Dr. Taylor's suggestion, because I think it's a great solution. I have the same concern that it may be so far out that people won't remember the great things that Debbie Smith did. So I also am torn about, does it give enough honor to each of those people to combine the name? I don't know that either of them would be uncomfortable, because I think they both honor each other. They did during their lives. Mr. Caudell, were you?
No, the only thing I was thinking is the location is what makes it so strong for the Feemster family, and CTE and WC1 is what makes it so strong for Senator Smith. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to predict the future, but I would say there isn't much in the future plans to build another CTE. Mm-hmm. I mean, this is going to be it, and we have ACT. And chances are there isn't going to be another high school that's going to go in that general area of our county, because you're going to have Hug moving, the CTE Academy right there, and there's no land. Mm-hmm. So it is a unique situation where doing a combined name does seem appropriate because of the uniqueness of each, the candidacy of each name. Mm-hmm. And so I don't want to say that, you know, as a way to kind of take the easy way out is name both. I do think there is value in having both because of the uniqueness of the situation and that it's not going to get repeated.
Mm-hmm.
It's my 2 cents on that.
I understand. Yes, Vice President Raymond.
I'm going to, something that Trustee Cottle said sparked an idea that I'm going to throw out there because you both
Good.
threw out an idea.
Absolutely.
And I know I just talked about how when we take an existing school that we don't rename it, but what would it take to rename AACT Smith Academy of Arts, Careers and Technology? Is that something we can do?
Well, I think the council's pondering that. In the meantime, I'll look to Mr. Noble.
I actually like Ms. Raymond's suggestion more, but no, I was just going to ask, are there different schools within the CTE program that could potentially be assigned various names?
Or some facility within the, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know that there is an opportunity for that. And some facilities do that. We don't have the provision for that in this policy yet to say it's the Debbie Smith Library in the Hug High School. I don't think we have that. Mr. Cottle, well, I'm still buying you some time there.
I like that idea because
Yeah.
ACT is not a name. It's just I mean, it's not named after someone. At least I don't think it is.
It's
Academy
not
of
on the
Arts,
agenda.
Career,
I will
That would have to
say
come
that.
back.
Yeah, so that would have to come back. And I think we also need to talk to, we also would talk to the students there because the students who are there may have a great connection to
And alums.
AACT.
And alums.
Yeah, the alums, yeah. But great thinking. We're trying to do our best to do some creative thinking on this. That one we know would have to come back, but council.
So this has actually some rules about it, unlike some of the other stuff. So it's this one's a little tougher. So it says to rescind a school's name, you have to have the name selected has to have done something wrong, such as committed a felony or a crime against
golly.
moral turpitude. But I think you could also read that to suggest that that's if it's named after someone. This is not named after anyone. It is named, it is I don't want to be critical, but it seems rather generic compared to Smith or Feimster, right? So I think you could probably ask that it go through the process. If the board voted to do it, then I think the board has that authority under these policies and regs. But I do caution the board that we want to be careful of just poaching different schools and getting into that habit. That could be that obviously doesn't respect the past. That has, and you're hoping they respect us in the future. So,
But good, we're trying to think of things to honor. And I appreciated Mr. Noble's comments about not forgetting to honor Mr. Lansbury in this process. A very, very deserving man who did an extraordinary act for his students, and it wasn't just that one act. He did a lot for folks along the way. Trustee Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Just as we struggle and as I struggle, I mean, obviously both of these women, I think, in addition to Mr. Lansbury, but because most of our conversation tonight is around the two women, both are deserving, and I would feel a little watered down in a shared name. I would feel that. I don't know if I was going to say I don't know if they would, but both of the women probably don't care if they have a school named after them at all.
Right.
That's what part of what makes them so deserving of having a school named after them, because they probably don't care. They're probably up there watching us together,
Laughing
over a cup of tea,
just
right?
laughing.
Exactly, laughing, having a good, So yeah, I think that would feel a little watered down to me. I think I would feel eventually a school is going to be built. I think I feel a little better about that. I mean, we can't predict the future, certainly, but we're betting on it because we got it through the citizens betting on that happening. And so I do think it's more likely than not that it would occur. which is why there's no sunset to WC1. We anticipated building and preparing and upgrading schools for quite a long time. And so I think it's more likely than not that we would. And I think I'd feel a little bit more comfortable with that myself than a shared name at this time. That's me. Those are my own feelings.
Okay. Trustee Calvert, do you have any thoughts that you want to share with us?
Well, I graduated from Hug, so I grew up there, and my family still lives there. So I get it. I've known the Feemsters for a long time, and I know Miss Feemster helped a lot of my family members. And, I mean, it's just, like she said, I mean, it's a neighborhood where, I don't know, it's just totally different. So, and it has a different feel to it. It's not like when you go to Reno High or any of the other schools. But I just feel that, I mean, if we're voting, I would have to say that I would vote to have Ms. Feemster at that location.
Were you going to say something, Trustee Minetto?
I guess I just want to reiterate that, you know, the next high school that's built, I don't know how fair it is for us to name that school when that could be like 5 people from all of us. And where's their joy in naming a school?
Well, does anyone want to take a stab at making a motion? And we've got to reach some closure about this. We have a responsibility to all these good folks who are here and all the people who have weighed in on this decision. And I recognize that so many of you spoke on behalf of both of these women, that you recognize the tremendous contributions they've made. So I know you appreciate our struggle with this. And I do want to say, whatever the board decides, we honor all 3 of these people, and especially so much conversation about Debbie Smith and Mrs. Feemster, as well as the Feemster family. So I don't want anyone to feel that whatever the decision is, that anyone will be dishonored in this. We tremendously honor everybody's service. Trustee Caudill.
Yeah, it's got a question. When we make our motion, is it possible to have the motion to ask each trustee to essentially pick a name so that it's not a saying no to a name? So I don't think anybody wants to say no to any of the names. I don't know. Can we do that?
Maybe the motion would be to have trustees give their preference. Can we do that?
Sure. You're, as the president, you can choose how the vote goes down. It just must be public, so the community is entitled to know how you're voting on it.
So that nobody has to vote against something, is right. Trustee Caudill's point. That's tricky, though.
Yeah, I'm thinking, I'm prepared to make a motion along the lines of my suggestion, and I'm wondering how to do that, to leave that open so that
people don't have to vote against it.
Yeah, so we have, because I understand that I'm not prepared to vote against either of them, quite frankly. Perhaps.
How about if we don't do it as a motion?
Okay.
And maybe just go around the table and everybody give their first and second choice, or just first choice, maybe?
Sure. As the president.
What would you all like to do? First and second, or first choice? Okay. Okay, so the first choice could be Feemster or Smith, or Feemster with Smith being the next comprehensive high school, or
Feemster, Smith, Smith, Feemster.
Right. Yeah, either any of those options could be a first choice. So Chief Trevino, you're voting first. No. Oh, pass that buck. Oh. Yeah, Neil doesn't want to vote either. Neither does Dr. McNeil. Okay, Trustee Minetto, we'll put you on the spot.
My first choice would be Smith's Feemster CTE. Wonderful school.
Okay. Trustee Kelly.
My first choice should be Dolores Feemster CTE.
Okay.
First choice would be Smith Feemster.
Okay. Dr. Taylor.
My choice would be Feimster CTE with a commitment for Smith High School for the next high school that we build.
Okay, I'm going to go to Vice President Raymond.
Sorry,
I just want to go.
I'm sorry, Madam President. Trustee Taylor, can I get clarification on if it's just Feimster or if it's Dolores Feimster? Thank you.
I'm gonna say, I'm gonna say Feimster with some Smiths somewhere in the district. And I'm not gonna let go of the AACT option possibly, but I also am interested to explore another high school with that name. That's how I'm going right now.
I'm going to go with the Feimster CTE. And with the option of what Melina was saying as well, that we do eventually name a high school or what have you, or the ACT after Ms. Smith.
So if I'm, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we already have, they're not votes, we have 4 indications of naming it Feimster with something Smith somewhere. I still like the idea of honoring both of them today, so I would support the Smith Feimster, but it looks like it's 4-3 to name it Feimster with Smith either as the next school or as Smith somewhere in the existing array of school names. You want to clarify?
Well, maybe Dr. McNeil would have the history on this. We have changed the name of existing schools in the past, like Sierra Vista, right, is now Lemelson.
Mm-hmm.
So how did that happen?
So that actually came to the board, Sierra Vista, and that was a location name. And then Lemelson came to the board for a vote. There weren't surveys done, but it was a board vote that came for Lemelson.
Oh, Mr. Noble, I know you don't get to vote, but you can certainly
No.
indicate your preference.
Absolutely. This isn't a preference so much as a support for Ms. Raymond's option, although I would definitely advise careful consideration of changing the name. Talk to the teachers, faculty, staff, and students at AACT.
And alumni.
Oh, yes, and alumni. Before changing the name, but I think that is the most diplomatic solution, and that would allow us to honor Ms. Smith as well within a relatively short time frame. So.
Okay.
So I think then to clarify what I'm thinking is knowing that we couldn't vote tonight on that, but that what I'm envisioning is that it not necessarily change the name, it would still be the Academy of Arts, Careers, and Technology, but that it would just be Smith Academy of
Debbie Smith, Arts,
Yeah.
Careers, and Technology.
Like, yeah.
It'd be Smith Academy.
Yeah. But I would like that to be explored by the staff, I guess, there. They would have to bring it back to us.
Dr. McNeil or?
So on the board policy 7110 paragraph F, it does say if there's strong enough interest within the community, which I think the argument could be made that there is, the board can consider renaming an existing school. So, you know, there's no other clarifying language. It does say that you'll initiate the school naming process. You've already had that happen. Her name's been referred to you. So I think if you made a motion to put that on the next agenda, similar to my advice to Trustee Taylor, I think it would comply with this policy and regulation. And so you couldn't vote on that specific change tonight, but you can make it part of your motion. I move person A gets this school and that we come back with person B at this location, something along those lines.
And I do want to say how much I believe that the students and families and alums and, I would want them to be part of that, but I just don't get a huge sense that there would be an incredible amount of pushback if we're not saying that it's a new mascot, it's a new color, it's, that we're maintaining a lot of the traditions in the existing school. It's honoring someone in the name of that school.
Okay.
And so.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. No. Dr. Taylor.
I would also say that, and a couple of things. One is we don't want it to come back. I don't want it to come back to the next meeting because I don't think that gives enough time for the proper input from the AACT community. I think that also would give a time to have some input, I think, from the Smith family. I think that's very important. And then what's important to me is that we have not just, there's some future consideration for Debbie Smith, but that however the next agenda item is written, whenever it comes back, it allows us to do several things in terms of that. Even if we ended up not, it allows us to say the next high school, the next whatever. It allows us to some flexibility, so we aren't just down to either we're going to make it Smith Academy of Arts, Career, and Technology, or that we have some, because I just like there to be a stronger commitment from my side. I would like there to be a stronger commitment for Debbie Smith's name to go on the school.
Trustee Kelly, and then Trustee Cotto.
Thank you, Madam President. I was just thinking that as the board, we can ask the school naming committee to meet at AACT and host some sort of meeting with the staff, with the students, with alumni, to talk about the suggestion, and then they can come up with a recommendation, and then that could come to a future board meeting. So that gives us a month or two or three if we take into the fact of the holidays. So we could always make that as an option, empower the school naming committee to look at it. It would also give council a little bit more time to kind of look over everything, and then maybe they could have a recommendation or two, or a sense. I mean, I would certainly go to that because AACT is in my district, but we could all go to it and just listen in and then see what they recommend to us.
I would ask the chair, Clene, if you have any thoughts about that, and staff as well, if you have any thoughts.
Yeah, thank you. We had the struggle that you guys had. I think the voting, when you look at it, it doesn't look as close as it really was, and I'm going to say part of it is because we combined Feemster, and no offense against any of the Feemsters as a collective whole, but Dolores had a very strong following. So I think that I appreciate where you guys are with the old Hug site and calling it after the Feemsters. But it's a struggle. I mean, you guys, I appreciate it. We've been going through it for months.
Yes, you have.
I do think the input is super important. So sitting down with whatever school, however you want to do it, the flexibility. I wouldn't have been surprised if it would have came back from us if we thought we had the flexibility to say Smith Feemster, right? I mean, we feel so strongly about the two of them. So I give yourself some flexibility and get a lot of input, and that really actually helped us. But here we are, absent a decision still. So good luck.
Staff, do you have anything, Irene or Riley?
I guess my concern would be that we cannot predict the outcome of going to the students, the staff, the families of AACT. We don't know what their passions are, what their feelings are. So we could end up going through the process and they want the name to stay the same.
Well, and I think that was the point of Dr. Taylor's comment, that have the action that comes back to us be open-ended enough to allow for that, or for a future school or some other solution. Dr. McNeil.
Well, I just want to put on the record in the full essence of transparency. So I'm a parent of a student that goes to AACT who is a senior and then also a graduate of the first class of 2013. So I just want on the record so nobody will come back and say you knew that. So I just want that on the record that that's where I'm sitting right now.
What's their mascot?
They are the Trailblazers.
Okay, all right.
All right.
Okay, Trustee Cottle, and then Dr. Taylor.
Yeah, so thinking about it, I like the idea of AACT. I know we got to go through the process, but I agree with Vice President Raymond. That's not. It wouldn't be a significant change. I don't want to predict the future, but all it would be is adding Debbie Smith to the front of AACT, and I feel like that's not a huge change. I could be wrong. There could be a bunch of current students and alum that don't like that, but I think it gets us to where we want to be, where we honor both in a short period of time. But I understand we can't do that tonight. We can't predict the future, so it might not make us feel 100% satisfied, but I do think that's where it would be good to get to.
Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. I think just in response to staff's concern, I think you're very right that it may come back that the AACT community does not want that name change, and I say, okay, that's what we're going to ask them. And if that's the case, then that's okay. I think it's important for us to know that it could come back that way, but it's important for us to honor what their wishes are, and that's certainly why I want it to be open, because it still allows us. I'm not going to rest till we do something with Debbie Smith's name. I just think it's that important, and it still keeps the window and the door open for us to consider whatever that may be.
Other input. Oh, okay. Oh, yes. Riley.
Madam
This
President.
is his last appearance before us, so he was really hoping to wrap this thing up.
I was just going to say, Riley Sutton, for the record, in the spirit of getting input, given that some of these options weren't specifically called out that the board has been discussing tonight, that since you have representatives of the families, there's been discussion on the board about what they may or may not like, combined names, AACT, future high school. Legal counsel may say this is not allowable, but since you have them here in front of you, it may be worth asking a representative to speak on the various options that have been discussed.
I'd be happy to if they're prepared to. If members of the Feemster or Smith families would like to speak, we would certainly love to hear from you. Well, I can
Thank you.
ask for.
I don't envy your choice, and it's tough. It's a very tough decision. I think personally that you're faced with some pretty legal challenges here, and it would be my recommendation that you postpone it until your next meeting. Gives your legal counsel time to fully address the issues. I can see several there that are maybe questionable. I don't know. I'm not an attorney, but I would worry a little bit about that. If you had more time, get legal counsel, full advice. That's my suggestion.
Okay.
Postpone it to the next
right.
meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
I'm sorry. Oh.
Well, we offered Mr. Smith the opportunity, so yeah.
We would be comfortable with whatever you guys come up with.
Yeah.
I mean, we're, as you eloquently stated before, both of those ladies would care less if they got a school name.
Yes, yeah.
And I know Debbie would feel that way.
Yeah.
So
thank you.
whatever you guys pick, we'd be comfortable with. Would respect that. Thank you.
Thank you. Lonnie, do you want to say anything, or you don't have to? If you have a. I saw Adrian out in the hallway, but I don't know if she's still here.
I told you to name it Smith Feemster when I got here.
For a different reason.
I'm going to lie to my wife when I get home anyway, tell her they named the school. You think I'm going to miss this opportunity to come home and say, honey, I got the facility? I don't have a problem because my wife's name is Smith Feemster. In fact, it's Debbie Smith Feemster. That's on her passport,
Okay,
on her thing.
okay,
So
okay.
I don't have a problem. I think it honors my mother. Every Feemster, Walkers, cops, all the family knows why they're here. I know it's very difficult. I know how challenging your job is. I know you get paid the big bucks. I've seen the manuals you got to go through. But I still would consider it an honor. And I consider it an honor to even be with the Smith family here, advocating, recognizing the family's work. But quite frankly, I'm not an egotist. I don't need anything named after me. My kids are. My wife took part of my name. And I think it would be great for my mother's name to be with another great person in our community. And I think it'd be a great facility. Putting a high school in Debbie Smith's name in the future, I think would also be great for her, but I know there's some concern about that. We don't know exactly what's going to happen. I've been here all my life, plan on being here. So I do not have a problem with it. I'm not the official spokesperson.
I know.
I have no particular right to speak for the rest of the family members.
Okay, thank
And
you.
I
And,
don't
and
know.
council is a little uncomfortable with me reopening public comment. So I'm
That was public opinion.
yeah, I'm very uncomfortable. Ms. Feemster, we just wanted to comment on the proposals that were before us. Council's a little uncomfortable with my reopening, but if you have something you'd like to say quickly about.
Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Mrs. Katie, Mrs. Simon Holland. Sorry, I'm so excited filming it. Battery ran out. I'm back. I actually think both women were amazing. I am torn, like some of the others, about splitting the name. In one hand, it seems exciting because it would draw attention to both of them, really, from different platforms, different demographics. But on the other hand, both of them worked certain efforts. And I just feel like my grandmother's name says a certain something, which is why my family moved away from Feemster anyhow. She deserves to be honored. This lady is something I've never met before, not just because she's my grandmother, but it was really, she's just a remarkable gift. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Yes, Mr. Rombardo.
So, just to be clear on the legal issue, the only thing you can do tonight that's left is you can send it back to naming, which I don't think any of you are going to do. You can pick a name from the list that was forwarded to you. You can actually come up with your own name. And then you can add to that motion, come back to us next meeting.
Or
with
a future
some
meeting.
ideas, or a future meeting. Not even specifically AACT or specifically anything else. It's just come back to us with some ideas, and then we would do that as staff. Does that make sense? Okay.
Okay, well, team, does anyone want to make a motion? Dr. Taylor?
I have a question then. So in consideration, I think it's really important, the feedback we got from the family tonight. Certainly looking forward to any feedback from AACT, from that community, because I think it's important to hear those voices. Should we name anything without knowing those things? I mean, it's as much as Lord, I hate to say that. I truly do. But that may impact, you know, what the AACT community says. I mean, if, you know, it may impact it. So I would actually be okay with not making a motion at this time.
Well, and that would be a motion to direct staff and/or the school naming committee to do some further public outreach and to consider some alternatives and then come back to us at a future meeting. Trustee Caudill?
Yeah, I guess I would ask staff how long you think it would take to honestly get good feedback from AACT for us. I know not the next meeting, but the meeting after that, a month. I mean, you guys know better than us what kind of effort that would take to get good, honest feedback from that community.
I'm out of here next week. You're on your own.
Thank you.
Thank you, Riley.
Well, what was that loyalty thing we were talking about earlier? Yes, Irene, go ahead.
Okay, so for the record, Irene Payne. That is a really good question, and Riley makes a good point. He is no longer with the school district at the end of next week. I think if you're going to do this and you're going to do it honestly and deeply, it's a combination of doing a survey on the website, doing multiple phone calls, directing people to the website to complete the survey, doing social media. But supporting that, there has to be meetings at the school, talking to teachers, talking to students, inviting families in and talking to families. So it isn't going to be done in a couple of weeks. And then, compounding that, you've got the holidays. So we're probably talking, I don't know, talking 6 weeks, and then you've got the holidays in the mix of that.
Riley Sutton, for the record. My flippant comment aside, there's some truth in jest, right? Where my position is unlikely to be filled, I think, before December 1st. And I don't know, this would be a question for Irene, but if other communications staff have the capacity at this point to jump into a naming outreach project. So you may be talking about somebody starting in December and this being their first project, but then you've got the holidays. So I think even 6 weeks, it's probably more like 2 months, 2.5 months.
You've got to be looking at January, February.
Vice President Raymond. Oh, ye of good ideas.
I know, and it gets so much harder. I understand that is additional work. I'm wondering if there's really as much. I see the benefit in knowing what the name of the future school located on Wild Creek Golf Course is in a timeliness manner, but are we feeling as crunched to select the name of the existing HUG campus in terms of the rollout of whatever? I mean, since it is sort of a
yeah, we have time
further out, it seems like we don't need to rush this.
But you have the groundbreaking on the 22nd.
Well, and that's just for HUG,
Right,
yeah.
just for HUG.
So HUG is HUG, that's done, but can we, I recognize that is more work in a transitional period and all that, but I'm just wondering
That's a good
if
point.
it's-
No, it's a very good point.
We have time. I feel like we have time.
Okay.
Better do it right.
Okay. Given that, does anyone want to make a motion?
I'll give it a shot.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Board of Trustees ask the interim superintendent to direct staff to work with the naming committee to get feedback from the AACT community, including parents, staff, teachers, administration, certainly students and alumni, the community, on the potential renaming of that campus, and then bring that back through the committee for further recommendations to the board.
Can I discuss possibility of broadening that so that it wouldn't just be about the AACT suggestion, but it would be referring back to staff and the naming committee for recommendations about options. It could be renaming an existing school. It could be some other, because they didn't know that they had flexibility, and they didn't really per our policy. But we're asking the naming committee to exercise potentially some creativity and some flexibility. Would that be okay?
Yeah, that would be okay. I don't mind restating
to
that. The other thing I would like to include in that is that this isn't the time to interject more names.
Right.
We don't want 5 more names in the mix now. Although certainly there are others that are worthy, and they'll certainly be considered as other names as other schools opportunities come up. So I think we do want to limit it in that scope.
Okay. Is there a second to that? I'll second. Okay, Vice President Raymond.
Wait, I think Scott was going to try to restate the motion. No. Okay.
I was going to say.
Okay.
Is there? Oh, JJ.
Can I make sure I have the motion correct? As
Dr. Taylor, give it a shot.
I made the motion, and I'm not sure what it is.
As I heard it.
If you could help me out, JJ.
That the Board of Trustees is going to refer the naming is going to refer back to the naming committee to review additional options in naming or renaming a school utilizing the names of Debbie Smith and Dolores Feemster, especially related to the CTE academies.
I think that gets it, although I think it should be open again, either Dolores Feemster or Feemster, because I think hearing from Clanney, it sounded as though the committee really advocated Feemster as opposed to Dolores Feemster. I'd like
I
to.
heard it the other way.
That's true. The committee combined them, but that was in the initial meeting. In the second meeting, then they wanted to break them apart
Oh.
again.
Yeah.
So let's leave that open
Yeah.
for the committee.
What about, Dr. McNeil is also raising the notion of including in that discussion of a future high school, not just CTE Academy. So that would change your motion. So JJ, yeah.
So in the naming or renaming of a school after Debbie Smith or the Feemster family.
Do we need to be a separate motion about future?
Well, she's saying naming or renaming, and can you read it again, JJ? I'm sorry.
To refer back to the naming committee to review additional options in naming or renaming a school after Debbie Smith and or Dolores Feemster/Feemster.
Do we want to say anything about a future school?
It just says a school.
A
so,
school? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And to bring the recommendation back to the board. Yeah. Okay.
I move.
Okay. Okay. All right. What, Neil?
Is the motion directing staff or the superintendent to do this? Is that what?
I think it was to direct the interim superintendent to refer back to the naming committee.
No, we refer to the committee, but she just directs staff.
Okay.
Okay, what?
Okay. The concern is, at this point, is you would be sending it back to naming committee for only one purpose, and that would be to consider the CTE, which is what you haven't made a decision on. So I would suggest
or a future high school.
But you as I expressed earlier, you have to say, bring that item back to us so that we can take action to do that. Because you can't really do that tonight. It's not on your agenda.
Right.
So what you can say tonight is we'll refer this back to the naming committee to consider the CTE school, and then we bring an item back to us to discuss potential other schools. And then you would have to vote on what you want naming to consider, because otherwise you're including things that aren't on your agenda right now, and that's a violation. So I got to be really careful.
I see what you're saying.
So if you were to vote tonight to say, let me be a little more specific as by way of example for the public. If you were tonight to say, bring back AACT, I would object to that because AACT is not on your agenda, and those who want to talk about AACT didn't have a chance to show up.
Right.
So what you would say is, I direct staff, I'm going to send this back to the naming committee, and I'm directing staff to come back with an item consistent here to our discussion. And then we would we would create an agenda item, we would present it to you. Does that make sense? Okay.
So it sounds, if I may?
Yes.
It sounds as though the motion should be, so we refer this back to the naming committee to work with staff in consideration of the items that we spoke about and bring it back to us for future action.
That's how I would suggest that you do it.
Okay, so we've withdrawn the other motions. This is the new motion. Is there a second? Second by Vice President Raymond. Okay, JJ, what do you have now?
So we are referring, because it's specific to the CTE, right? So you're referring the naming of the CTE Academy at the existing Hug High School back to the naming committee for additional consideration.
And directing staff to bring back any necessary agenda items for action by the board. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay.
Does that consider future consideration? So when the agenda item comes back, it should include that. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. That's what you seconded, Vice President Raymond? Okay. And I apologize to everyone for the machinations we're going through. We're trying to do this thoughtfully, respectfully, and also in compliance with open meeting law, and make sure that we don't make a misstep that would cause any of this action to be reversed or undone. So we're being very careful. I know it looks very messy, and I know our hearts are in the right place trying to do this. Okay, is there any further discussion? Is everyone clear about what we're voting on? Okay, okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? JJ, why is your mouth open? Okay. All right. And Clene, are you clear about what your committee's work is?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm so sorry that this, well, I'm sorry that this comes back to you, but I also hear that you would have liked to have had flexibility to provide us some other solutions. So I hope that will not be, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, this is great. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And Riley, thank you for getting us this far in this process. And thank you for all of the work. I do want to just take a moment and honor and appreciate the work that you have done for Washoe County. Okay, that is the action on 5.05, and we appreciate, again, everything that everyone has done, and we will be back again on that one. Can I talk the board out of making board reports? Okay. Oh, Dr. Taylor, please go ahead.
I'm happy to save mine until next meeting.
Okay.
Happy to save it.
Okay, all right. Okay. Interim Superintendent's report.
I pass.
Okay. Do we have future agenda item requests? Okay. Closing public comment. No oh, Senator Ratty.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and all of you for your timely consideration. And I know you're really struggling with trying to get to a good decision and a right decision, and I do appreciate you tabling it to make sure that we know all of the possible pathways before we make any one decision. I did speak to the representative from the Feemster family, and we would jointly like to make one request, and that is that the body of work that was created for the school naming committee and then was forwarded on to you, and any additional letters and requests that came to you for this process be forwarded on to the new process, whatever that new process might look like at a future agenda. I know you can't, I know I'm just in public comment, I know you can't promise this now, but on a future agenda item, I'm hoping that you will ask that all of that be forwarded, because I appreciate that you're trying to make the right decision. I also want to appreciate how challenging this is for the families who are involved.
Absolutely.
And for everybody else who have participated. And I'd like to just try to save everybody a little bit of extra work. It'll create a whole bunch more work for that naming committee again, but I think that there's some good information in there, and there's no reason for the families or anybody else to have to scramble to put it back together again.
You bet.
Thank you.
We can do that, Senator Ratty. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, Pablo,
Well, it had been a long day. I got a bad day. Been pain in my life. So we did move to Professor Hook name to Wild Creek, and we moved the board considered to move to a naming community with the ACC community. So I like to say that on November 22nd, I will be here for the groundbreaking ceremonies, and I will be here as zoning community. And happy Veterans Day. And I don't know, my life could be, but because I have a bad day, on the Supreme Court. And I have to leave the country and move to Canada.
We hope not, and we will look forward to seeing you at the groundbreaking. Thank you, Pablo.
And at the zoning committee.
And at the zoning committee. Okay. Yes, Ms. Feemster.
Hi, thank you all. I'm sorry to come again. I know you're starting to love me, but I wanted to address something about the name rolling over, because in the last meeting, it was overwhelmingly Dolores Feemster, not Feemster. And they had discussed it briefly on the board, which at that end, like now, people start to leave at the end, so I couldn't quite understand what was happening. I do want to say that our family is in support of Dolores M. Feemster, not Feemster, as the legacy.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thanks for your patience with this process. I know this is grueling. Okay, any other final public comment?
Yes, quickly. And I'll fill out a card.
Mr. Stanko?
Chris Stanko, thank you. I just want to say quickly, thanks for your great work tonight. And obviously, these two families, two great women, hopefully they will both be honored as they deserve. Obviously, that needs to happen. I just wanted to say, not knowing Mr. Lansbury, or to my knowledge, knowing anyone that actually knew Mr. Lansbury, having sort of involved myself in this process and came last week, I forget his name, Mr. Sutton, was his name, the liaison, did a great job of explaining sort of the timing, how difficult, unique the situation it is with him. And obviously I would defer to the family, and who I don't know, like I said, and obviously people that were affected by that incident. I can see how on one side of the pendulum, naming something after him right away is very sensitive, and that might not be the right approach. However, there was an idea that maybe we have to have everyone who could have been involved sort of retire from their positions. And if you think about it, that's roughly 6 years ago, so we're talking 23, 24 more years. And to me, just one citizen in front of you, that's too long. What a unique name, what a unique thing he did. And I just feel like if we let too many decades go by as a community without honoring him and his very unique sacrifice that was tragic, it would be sad. And that's just one random citizen. Again, I don't know him. I don't know his family. I obviously would defer to all of those people, but he definitely is a hero, and I hope that he's not forgot by this board or future boards and is honored as he should be one day with a great school. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stanko. And just for the record, we roll over all names that are not included that were finalists. We roll them over to future processes. Okay. Any other closing public comment? Our next meeting will be Tuesday, November 26th, here at 4 p.m. in the boardroom. So with that, we are adjourned.